Chapter 431. It had been a year since Wang Chong had reincarnated. In this 1 year, Wang Chong had changed far too many things. The Wang clan had not yet declined, the king of Song had not fallen out of favor, and he had interfered in the regional commander's incident. Things were not quite the same as before, and in terms of his own faction, Wang Chong had smoothly established deflecting blade manner, established his own subordinates, and obtained 2 strategic weapons, Hyderabad ore and meteoric metal. Everything was on the right track, and Wang Chong was now most worried about the southwest. Zhangzhou Jianxiong's transfer to the capital was a foregone conclusion, and Xianyu Zhongtong was already in charge of Jiang'a, officially taking over the Annan Protectorate. The structure of the empire's southwest was exactly as Wang Chong remembered it from his last life. Although Wang Chong had already used the power of the King of Song to move the armies of his father and big brother to the southwest border, so that they could enter Jiannan at any time, this was as far as he could go. In the current empire, whether it was Zhang Shogui, Zhangzhou Jianxiong, Geshu Han, Fomen Linta or Gao Xianji, all of them had a very strong sense of territory and territory. If he forcefully moved his father and big brother into Jiang'a, it would only cause Xianyu Zhongtong and Zhangzhou Jianxiong in the capital to grow suspicious and suspect that the Wang clan wanted to interfere in the southwest, divide up their forces, and weaken them. That would only bring about the same result. The southwest was not within the Wang clan's sphere of influence, and Zhangzhou Jianxiong and Xianyu Zhongtong were independent, so they would not listen to Wang Chong's orders. The Wang clan was not powerful enough to control a protector general of an entire region. This was also what Wang Chong was worried about. Although he already knew the dangers of the future, there were very few measures he could take. If he was too radical, he would only incur the hostility of Zhangzhou Jianxiong and Xianyu Zhongtong. Haste makes waste, and that would not be ideal. But Wang Chong could not ignore the massive blow the southwest would inflict on the empire. This was Wang Chong's current dilemma. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Even if he had the memories of 2 lives and was reincarnated as a human, some things still couldn't be changed. Wang Chong could only do his meager strength and do his utmost to avert the calamities that might occur in the future. And the southwest was the starting point. In the room, Li Sai was stunned by Wang Chong's argument. He had never heard anyone say that the threat to the empire was not in the northwest, but in the southwest. On the borders of the empire, everyone agreed that the southwest was the least likely place for conflict. It had been peaceful for too long. Even Longxi and Anong couldn't compare in terms of the degree of conflict, let alone the western region. But Wang Chong had said that the greatest threat to the empire came from the southwest. If it had been anyone else, Li Sai would have only snorted disdainfully and wondered if this person had gone mad. But in his time with Wang Chong, Li Sai was well aware that this youth could not be underestimated. "How do you know?" Li Sai said, his eyes flickering with bewilderment. If Wang Chong had said Anong or Longxi, he wouldn't have been so surprised. But the southwest, in the territory of the empire, the place least likely to see war was the southwest. "Ha! Li Sai, do you still not understand? When you asked this question, this was the reason. The less likely a place is to fight, the more likely it is to fight. When the moon is full, it will wane, and when the moon wane, it will be round. The empire's southwest has been peaceful for too long. The people's hearts have slacked off. The army has slacked off. Even you don't think that a war will happen there, let alone anyone else. Do you think that an army that has slacked off and is defenseless can stop the charge of Uzun and Meng Shizhao?" Wang Chong said. "But if there's no reason, why would they do such a thing? Meng Shizhao and the empire have always been at peace, and Uzun has never entered the interior of the Central Plains. With Zhangzhou Protector General's 100,000 elites there, Uzun can't succeed," Li Sai said. Wang Chong couldn't help but give a long sigh at Li Sai's words. Li Sai was no longer just ignorant of the empire's situation, but completely ignorant. "Li Sai, Don't you know? Zhangzhou Jianxiong has been transferred to the capital. Right now, the Annan Protector General is Xianyu Zhongtong. Moreover, Mengshi Zhao's King Jelifeng is actively trying to contact Uzun, hoping to coordinate from within and without to attack the Tang dynasty. Uzun doesn't understand the Central Plains, but what about Mengshi Zhao? If Mengshi Zhao and Uzun form an alliance, do you think that the 100,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate can stop them? Wang Chong sighed. Li Sai, if Mengshi Zhao and Uzun form an alliance to attack the Annan Protectorate together, and then they can tie down Geshu Han's Big Dipper army in Longxi. Do you know what that means for the empire? Buzz. Li Sai's mind trembled and his entire body froze. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. Li Sai didn't understand strategy, but he knew that if what Wang Chong said was true, it would be a massive disaster for the Southwest and the Empire. The deployment of the Empire's troops wasn't complicated. Anyone who wished to join the army knew that the Empire rarely fought in the Southwest, so it didn't have many soldiers deployed. The 100,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate were the only barrier in the Southwest. And if the Annan Protectorate was attacked, the Big Dipper army of Longxi would be the closest and most likely force to reinforce it. At the same time, it would be the only force. But if Geshu Han of Longxi was tied down and the Uzun Empire really did as Wang Chong did, it would be a massive disaster for the Annan Protectorate and the Empire as a whole. Is what you say true? Lord Zhangzhou Jianxiong has been transferred to the capital? Li Sai asked in shock. This isn't something that's very difficult to investigate. Lord Zhangzhou has presided over the Southwest for several decades. This time, he's determined to enter the capital, and no one can stop him. Wang Chong met Li Sai's gaze and calmly said, Mengshi Zhao is plotting with Uzun to form an alliance? Not many people know of this matter, but we can at least confirm that Mengshi Zhao has sent 2 high-level emissaries to Uzun. As for how far the negotiations have progressed, we still don't know. Wang Chong said. Li Sai said nothing. Although he didn't say anything, his deeply furrowed brow indicated the struggle in his heart. For the first time, Li Sai realized that he didn't understand the Empire's situation at all. Since your Wang clan knows of this matter, why didn't you tell His Majesty? If His Majesty were to step forward, this matter would definitely be strangled in the cradle. Li Sai couldn't help but ask, an agitated expression on his face. Li Sai, do you think that His Majesty doesn't know what all of us know? Military matters are far more complicated than you can imagine. Putting aside everything else, before the soldiers are mobilized, the provisions have to be prepared. If we send more soldiers to the Southwest, how will we resolve the issue of provisions? 10,000 soldiers fighting for 3 months, but we need to prepare enough provisions for 100,000 soldiers. This requires the coordination of all aspects of the imperial court, not just the Bureau of Military Personnel. Do you think that this is a minor matter? In addition, the imperial court is facing enemies from all sides, and we don't have enough soldiers. If we need to mobilize soldiers, where will we get them from? The Anxi Protectorate? The Anong Protectorate? The Anxi Protectorate? Or Longxi? All of these places are strapped for soldiers. It's already good enough that we don't have to ask for reinforcements, so how can we lend out soldiers? Even if the imperial court wants to mobilize soldiers, it can't. Are we going to use the reserve soldiers to fill in the gaps? In addition, no matter how many soldiers we can mobilize, can we possibly have more than the combined forces of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun? In addition, there's still no concrete evidence regarding the matter of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. If they don't mobilize their soldiers and continue to delay us, are we just going to keep standing there? The military expenditure in this quasi-war state is astonishing. In addition, if the imperial court were to make a massive adjustment in its forces just because of a few groundless rumors, how would it be able to mobilize its troops in the future? Wang Chong said. Li Sai fell silent once more. He was still far from having the keen intuition of the future invincible great general. He had never even considered many of the things that Wang Chong had said. The mobilization of soldiers seemed simple, but the intricacies of actually implementing it far surpassed Li Sai's imagination. Li Sai fell into deep thought. The imperial court is too large. It's a colossus, and even turning its body is difficult. But an individual is different. I have no selfish motives in gathering Hyderabad ore and meteoric metal. I just want to do my part to help the imperial court. Li Sai, believe me. At this time, the southwest needs your help far more than the northwest. The northwest is overseen by Gao Xianji and Foman Linta. If anything happens, the Qixi Protectorate in the rear and the Anbei Protectorate in the north can provide support at any time. Even without you, the northwest won't be lost, but the southwest is different. Without the barrier of the Annan Protectorate, that place will be a flat plain, and the nearly 1 million civilians will be affected by the war. The southwest of the empire will be set ablaze, reduced to a sea of fire and ruins. Wang Chong looked at Li Sai, his eyes red. This was not some sort of prophecy, but something that had truly happened in Wang Chong's last life. It was because he knew of the dire consequences that Wang Chong was doing everything he could to prevent it. The rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. Li Sai, whether you hope to fight for fame and fortune or to establish yourself and contribute to the empire, I hope that you can stay. Tomorrow, come with me to the southwest. Of course, if you have some other special reason, I won't be able to stop you, but I hope that you can seriously consider what I said. As for the western regions, if we can pacify the southwest, I will go with you to the western regions. Because that is also my destination. Li Sai said nothing, a troubled look appearing in his eyes for the first time. His goal in joining the army had been to go to the western regions, something he had decided long ago. But if he hadn't heard about the problem of the southwest before, he would have let it go. But now, since he already knew, he couldn't remain indifferent. All of this is just your guess. But if Uzun and Meng Shizhao don't attack, do I have to keep waiting? Li Sai said. Ah. Wang Chong suddenly laughed. It won't take that long. I'm certain of it. Within a year, the southwest is certain to be at war. If there's still no war in the southwest at that time, everything will prove that my judgment was wrong. I am willing to hand over all the Hyderabad ore and meteoric metal to the imperial court to dispel your doubts. Is what you say true? Li Sai's eyes brightened. 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore was no small sum, worth hundreds of millions of taels of gold. With the addition of the meteoric metal, the value was even higher. If the Wang clan was willing to hand over these things for free, then the Wang clan would naturally be cleared of any suspicions of plotting to usurp the throne. And such a large sum of wealth would also be of enormous benefit to the imperial court's finances. Of course it's true. Chapter 432. The coming year would be one of the most intense upheavals in the empire. If his predictions were correct, in at most half a year, a large-scale battle would break out on the empire's southwestern border. This would be an unprecedented defeat for the empire. And with this series of upheavals, the powers surrounding the empire would begin to covet it. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, the Goguryeo Empire, the various powers of the western regions, and even the distant Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu would begin to covet it. Blessings never come in pairs, while misfortunes never come singly. In the relationships between empires, these principles were even more common and applicable. The moment an opening was discovered, the wolf pack would swarm in and devour the prey. Although Wang Chong had told Li Sai that it would be a year, Wang Chong had expected it to be far from that long. If the Tang dynasty could peacefully survive the coming year, then the calamity in his memories would probably not descend. If that really was the case, Wang Chong would happily let Li Sai go. If it wasn't to deal with that terrifying calamity in the future, if it wasn't to deal with the empire's calamity and the dangers of the Central Plains, Why would Wang Chong waste his energy to obtain the Hyderabad ore and the meteoric metal from the outer islands? If the empire could truly survive this calamity, so what if Wang Chong gave up on everything? Wang Chong's decisiveness had clearly exceeded Li Sai's expectations. For Wang Chong to give up on something worth hundreds of millions of gold taels was not something an ordinary person could do. Good. Wang Gongzi. Li Sai looked into Wang Chong's eyes and addressed him respectfully for the first time. Provoked by Wang Chong, he felt a surge of heroism in his heart. If your Wang clan can really give up these hundreds of millions of gold taels of Hyderabad ore and meteoric iron and offer them to the imperial court, I, Li Sai, will serve your Wang clan for a few years. So what? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if it really is as you say, and a war is about to break out on the southwest border, I, Li Sai, will definitely go there without you saying anything. What's the point of being a man if he can't make contributions to the empire and the people, if he can't make a name for himself in history? What's the point of being a fly for personal gain? If I can really make some contributions and die a worthy death, what's the big deal even if I have to abandon my head? Wang Chong, a teenager, could have such ambition. Li Sai considered himself a man. As an adult, he was born with a good body. How could he admit defeat to a kid? All right. Wang Chong was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, he finally heard the words he had been waiting for. Over the past few days, these were the words he loved to hear the most. Li Sai, a gentleman's word. 4 horses are hard to come by. Li Sai spoke resolutely and decisively without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, his gaze was resolute, and his eyes were as bright as snow. After being transferred from the biting protectorate for more than 2 months, Wang Chong had finally obtained the loyalty of the invincible great general for the first time. Winter passed and spring came. The ice and snow melted, and all things returned to life. In the blink of an eye, it was a new year. In Deflecting Blade Manor, row upon row of pavilions stood luxuriously and beautifully. In the middle of Deflecting Blade Manor, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged in the corner of a high arched roof. He was like a feather, floating in the air as if he were sitting on flat ground. In the past month, Wang Chong's phantom steps had once more advanced, and his body was now as light as a feather. Even if he were to step on a branch as thin as a finger, he would not let the branch sink. This was a sign of his progress. Phew! On the roof, Wang Chong gave a long sigh, a sharp light swirling in his eyes as he slowly withdrew his technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Wang Chong opened his eyes, a black silhouette emerged from the eaves of a distant building. It flew across the golden roofs, nimble and nimble like a leopard. The black silhouette was still far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Wang Chong. Young master, your ginseng tea. The black silhouette respectfully kneeled on one knee on the roof and offered a cup of steaming ginseng tea. Upon closer inspection, the black silhouette's face was covered with a black cloth. She had a slender figure, and as she approached, a faint fragrance wafted into one's nose, causing one's soul to waver. Who else could it be but Myasame Lingxiang, who had always been at Wang Chong's side? In the new year, Wang Chong's influence among the Imperial Army instructors deepened once more. On the spirit vein, the influence of the old Imperial Army instructors had begun to show, and more retired Imperial Army instructors joined Wang Chong. A portion of them were transferred to the spirit vein by Wang Chong to instruct the students there. The other portion was transferred to Wang Chong's residence to protect Wang Chong's mother. With these experienced Imperial Army instructors around, in terms of loyalty and reliability, they were far more useful than the experts hired from outside. With these replacements, Myasame Lingxiang was also freed from her duties. After spending more than a year under the Wang clan's protection, Myasame Lingxiang didn't have to worry about anything else. Instead, she focused on her cultivation, and her martial arts were much stronger than before. Her spectre steps had also improved significantly. Even if it were daytime, it would be impossible to notice her if one were to pay attention to her in advance. There were times when even Wang Chong couldn't keep track of her. You've worked hard. Wang Chong took the fragrant Gogrian ginseng tea from Myasame Lingxiang's hands and gulped it down. Given Wang Chong's current cultivation realm, the effects of the ginseng tea were extremely limited. However, the nourishing effect of the century-old ginseng was still effective on Wang Chong. The faster one's martial arts progressed, and the more domineering one's cultivation technique was, the more one needed to nourish one's meridians. This was a gradual process. The old madam has brought word for Gongzi to take care of yourself. Also, she brought some clothes over, saying that the snow has just melted, and the weather is still cold, so Gongzi should keep warm. After Wang Chong finished the ginseng tea, Myasame Lingxiang suddenly spoke up. Hearing those words, Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. After staying in the Wang residence for a period of time, even though Myasame Lingxiang was no longer responsible for protecting the Wang residence, she had become a messenger for his mother. Given Wang Chong's current cultivation, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. Even if it was snowing heavily, he wouldn't feel much of a chill, so there was no need for warm clothes. However, his mother clearly didn't think so. She still treated him as the frail and inexperienced youth of the past. I understand. You've worked hard during this period of time. This is the newest mental cultivation method of the Spectre Steps, take it. As Wang Chong spoke, he tossed over a booklet that he had prepared in his bosom. By mastering this manual, Myasame Lingxiang would be able to reach true martial tier 6, perhaps even true martial tier 7. Over the past year, Myasame Lingxiang had slowly won over Wang Chong's trust. Wang Chong had never been stingy with his rewards to those who were loyal to him. So, Myasame Lingxiang made a grabbing motion, and before Wang Chong could even see how she did it, the booklet was already in her bosom. Thank you, Gongzi. Myasame Lingxiang was overjoyed. Grabbing the manual Wang Chong had written, she clenched it tightly in her hands and kowtowed deeply. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper one's comprehension of martial arts, and the more one would be able to sense the flaws in one's cultivation. Myasame Lingxiang fully believed what Wang Chong had said to her back then. The Spectre Steps she cultivated was definitely flawed and incomplete, but there was no doubting the strength of this cultivation technique. As long as she could resolve its flaws, this cultivation technique would only grow stronger as she progressed. Furthermore, as an assassin, Myasame Lingxiang couldn't give up on this cultivation technique. Go! Wang Chong waved his hands. With Myasame Lingxiang free, she could now shoulder the responsibility of protecting Deflecting Blade Manor. Deflecting Blade Manor was becoming more and more important. As an experienced assassin, she was more suited than him to discover the hidden dangers. Thank you, Gongzi. Myasame Lingxiang turned around and quickly disappeared from the rooftop. Her speed was so fast that one would think it was an illusion. Gongzi. Almost at the same moment that Myasame Lingxiang left, a muscular figure leaped up from the ground like an eagle and appeared before Wang Chong. Screech! The snow falcon cried. The eagle glanced in the direction that Myasame Lingxiang had left in and quickly arrived before Wang Chong. Gongzi! Is there any news from Solitary Wolf? Wang Chong raised his head, his expression grim. It was completely different from when he had first met Myasame Lingxiang. At this moment, Wang Chong was most concerned about the southwest. The southwest is far away, and it's not easy to send news. I asked Solitary Wolf about it, and he replied that everything is fine. I haven't received any news from him since. But Gongzi, rest assured. If anything happens, Solitary Wolf will send a letter to report to you. The eagle said. And from now on, open up 2 communication channels for me. One is a messenger pigeon in the air, and the other is a messenger on the ground. Since the journey to the southwest was long, they could arrange for some men to be stationed on the road. I want to shorten the transmission time of the Southwest from several months to less than 20 days. In this way, there will be 2 channels, one detailed and the other simple. This can also reduce the delay of information to the minimum. In addition, there will be air traffic control at certain times. If a large number of beasts such as the harlequin appear and prey on the messenger pigeons, our air traffic will be cut off. Having an additional ground route will also serve as a precaution. Wang Chong said. The eagle nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. Even though Wang Chong was still young in certain aspects, he was much more meticulous in his thinking. In addition, send these 2 letters to my father and big brother. Wang Chong paused for a moment, then took out the 2 letters he had written beforehand and handed them over. With the winter over, Wang Chong was now actively trying to get in touch with his father and big brother. Although Xianyu Zhongtong was easy to talk to, their relationship was too shallow. There were many things that Wang Chong could not personally interfere with. If something happened, he would not be as useful as his own family. If something happened in the Southwest and he wanted to interfere, his father and big brother would be his best helpers. Moreover, from them, he would be able to learn many things that Lone Wolf might not be able to, making it easier for him to determine the situation there at any time. Yes, this matter will be taken care of immediately, the eagle sternly said. Sticking 2 fingers into his mouth, the eagle let out a series of shrill cries that pierced into the clouds. Whoosh! In just a few moments, 2 massive golden condors flew down from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, and landed on the shoulders of the eagle. The eagle rolled up the letters and skillfully tied them to the thick thighs of the 2 golden condors. Screech! With a series of shrill cries, the 2 golden condors flapped their wings and vanished into the southern skies like 2 rays of light. Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction at this sight. The eagle was even more useful than an army of several hundred soldiers. The birds that old eagle raised were incredibly fast, so it wouldn't take long for them to deliver the message. Chapter 433. Seeing the 2 golden condors vanish, Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Now, only the King of Song was left. To resolve the problem in the Southwest, his father and big brother were far from enough. The Tang dynasty had an army of 20,000 to 40,000 soldiers at most, and the soldiers under his father and big brother only numbered in the tens of thousands. They were simply incapable of stopping the combined forces of Meng Shizhao and Uzun. To resolve the problem in the Southwest, he would have to go through the Bureau of Military Personnel. However, the eagle could not help him in this matter. He would have to personally meet with the King of Song and see how he could resolve this matter without incurring the opposition of the Yao clan and King Qi. All right, let's go. Wang Chong stretched his waist, raised his robe, and began to walk forward on the golden tiles. The tiles beneath his feet did not budge in the slightest, as if he were stepping on air. Buzz! A wave of voices came from all directions. Upon seeing Wang Chong appear at the edge of the building, a wave of greetings immediately came from the courtyard. Young Master! Young Master! Young Master! Standing at the edge of the golden arch, Zhang Xian could see that the deflecting blade manor was bustling with activity. There were cavalry, archers, chess players, drinking wine, drinking tea, frolicking, competing. There was no end to this. After a winter, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor had gradually regained its former liveliness. After the opening of the training camp, the first thing that came to mind was Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor. All sorts of resources were piled up like mountains in the deflecting blade manor. They had all been brought here by the students themselves. The already extravagant deflecting blade manor was now even more extravagant. Even the white jade was inlaid with gold, let alone the others. The number of people in deflecting blade manor could not compare to the 3 great training camps, but it was extremely popular. Most of the students that Wang Chong chose were skilled in a particular field or were talented in a certain aspect. Thus, it was not wrong to call this place a camp for geniuses. This made Wang Chong's training camp even more popular and attractive. Wang Chong. Just as Wang Chong was looking around, a cold voice suddenly came from the Deflecting Blade Manor. In an instant, the bustling Deflecting Blade Manor fell silent. In Deflecting Blade Manor, everyone addressed Wang Chong as Young Master or Wang Chong Gongzi. Very few people would directly address him as Wang Chong, and in such a rude manner. Wang Chong stood on the corner of the eaves and turned his head to look in the direction of the chess hall. In the direction of the chess hall, a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth was standing in the crowd. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Wang Chong. "It's him." The eagle's eyelids twitched when he saw the unusually handsome young man. This young man had recently become extremely famous in the Deflecting Blade Manor, and he was currently in the limelight. "Su Chong, what's the matter?" Wang Chong stood on the eaves with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. In Deflecting Blade Manor, there were few people who dared to speak to him in such a manner. And in the chess hall, other than Su Chong or the Su clan's Su Yichin, there was no one else who dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Wang Chong, do you dare to have a match with me?" Su Chong, or perhaps Su Yichin, proudly raised his head and issued a challenge to Wang Chong. 10 years to sharpen a sword, Su Yichin was brimming with confidence. From her, Wang Chong could feel the sharpness of an unsheathed sword. Boring. "Young master, ignore that woman." A voice suddenly came from under the roof tiles not far from Wang Chong's feet. It was Myasame Ayaka's voice. While Su Yichin's cross-dressing might have been able to fool others, it couldn't fool Myasame Ayaka, who was also a woman. As an assassin, Myasame Ayaka's perception was far sharper than that of others. Back when she left the Wang clan and entered Deflecting Blade Manor, Myasame Ayaka had immediately recognized Su Yichin's identity. "Young master, that woman is too conceited and disrespectful to young master. Also, she's too rude to young master. Do you want me to teach her a lesson or make her disappear?" Myasame Ayaka's voice sounded from the gap between the roof tiles. Like repels like, and proud women disliked proud women. From the moment she laid eyes on Su Yichin, Myasame Ayaka didn't have a good impression of her. Ayaka, you're underestimating her. If we were to fight, I'm afraid that you might not be a match for her." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked down. Young master, are you underestimating me?" Myasame Ayaka, who was cowering under the roof tiles, immediately retorted. Wang Chong chuckled. It wasn't that he was underestimating Myasame Ayaka. Myasame Ayaka knew too little about Su Yichin. She only knew that the fellow below was a woman, but she didn't know that the other party was a powerful existence on par with Iho. It was just that, in order to disguise herself as a man, she had intentionally retracted her aura and concealed her cultivation. As such, when Wang Chong was with her, he had never once considered using martial arts or anything of the sort. After all, he wasn't a match for her at all. "No, leave this matter to me. You just have to keep an eye on King Chi's men," Wang Chong said calmly. Even though Myasame Ayaka's cultivation realm was beneath Su Yichin's, Wang Chong didn't dare to let her give it a try. In Wang Chong's plans, Su Yichin was an important member of his team. This woman's ability in logistics was simply too formidable, and she was a woman as well. This meant that she was even more meticulous and meticulous. In the war against the Empire, Su Yichin's logistical ability was enough to dominate the world. Even someone as suspicious as King Chi had trusted her and entrusted his logistics to her. If he had such a talent to assist him, Wang Chong wouldn't have had to lead an army of tens of thousands, starve, and end up at the end of his road. Now that he was starting all over again, Su Yichin's reputation was still lacking. At the very least, it couldn't be compared to her reputation in his previous life. Other than him, no one else had realized the astonishing talent that this talented daughter of the Su clan possessed. In order to obtain this woman's help, Wang Chong was willing to spend a great deal of time, energy, and patience to convince her to join him. Who? Flinging his robes, Wang Chong suddenly leaped down from the roof. With a few swoosh, 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 he immediately appeared in the direction of the chess hall. Oh! There's going to be a show to watch. Someone actually challenged young master. Everyone, let's go take a look. The sight of Wang Chong's arrival caused an uproar in Deflecting Blade Manor. A large crowd immediately gathered around him, their faces red and necks flushed. Very few people in Deflecting Blade Manor had ever challenged Wang Chong. It wasn't just because of Wang Chong's clan, but also because of Wang Chong's own talent. This was the first time someone had publicly challenged Wang Chong. Following the principle of watching a show, a large crowd quickly gathered in the direction of the chess hall. Just when the crowd was eagerly anticipating the challenge, Wang Chong's reply surprised them. Haha, Su Chong, do you think you can challenge me just because you say so? There's no need for me to agree, right? Didn't I tell you last time? You're not suited for the chess hall at all. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and said calmly. Shua. With just a few words from Wang Chong, the smug expression on Su Yichin's face immediately turned red, and then purple. Bastard! Su Yichin's face was completely red, and she was so angry that she was about to explode. She had never been one to lose her composure, but in front of Wang Chong, she couldn't help but lose her cool. Wang Chong, are you afraid? Afraid? Humph, this isn't a question of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. If I remember correctly, you've already lost 3 times in a row, right? Wang Chong chuckled. You. Su Yichin flew into a rage, her face turning even redder. She had always been proud, and other than in this shabby Deflecting Blade Manor next to Kunwu training camp, she had never suffered such humiliation before. I don't easily exchange blows with others. You've already lost 3 times, so you've already lost the right to challenge me. Nothing can be accomplished without rules and regulations. If everyone behaved like you, wouldn't it be a mess? So, you should go back. As Wang Chong spoke, he raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Su Yichin was also infuriated. She was also a proud person, and she had never suffered such humiliation before. The more Wang Chong didn't want to fight with her, the more she wanted him to. Fine. Don't you not easily exchange blows with others? If you can beat me one more time, I promise you that I'll immediately leave Deflecting Blade Manor and never disturb you again. These words were already a great concession from Su Yichin. Given her personality, she would never show such weakness. Heh, who wants you to leave? This kind of condition is far too insincere. How about this, you can challenge me as well. If you win, I'll allow you to join Deflecting Blade Manor, and I can even tell everyone that I'm inferior to you. But if you lose, I want you to promise me one thing. With his back facing Su Yichin, Wang Chong extended a finger. Fine. With reddened eyes, Su Yichin agreed without hesitation, her voice resolute and decisive. Success. Hearing this voice, Wang Chong smiled smugly, and a crafty smile flashed across his eyes. It wasn't easy to get a clever woman like Su Yichin to fall for his trap. After spending so much time, he had finally succeeded in getting Su Yichin to agree to his request. All that was left was to defeat Su Yichin and have her join him. This was the most exciting moment he had experienced since the first time Su Yichin had appeared before him. But just as Wang Chong was feeling excited, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Humph, Wang Chong, you must think that you've already won, right? Let me tell you, don't celebrate too early. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must have a whole new level of respect for him. It's still not certain who will emerge victorious. Su Yichin suddenly calmed down and sneered at Wang Chong. She knew what Wang Chong was thinking, but if he thought that he had already won, then he was gravely mistaken. She was no fool. If she didn't have some confidence, she would never have so rashly challenged Wang Chong. If Wang Chong still thought that he could defeat her as easily as before, she would give him a huge surprise. Hee, is that so? Then I'll be waiting for your performance. Wang Chong grinned, a carefree expression on his face. Enough. Lad, if you can defeat this lad, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. An impatient voice suddenly interjected. Princess Anai Huang had been watching from the back for quite some time now. She wasn't interested in the story between men at all, but as long as she could deal a blow to Wang Chong's pride, she didn't mind supporting his opponent. Upon seeing Princess Anai Huang, the crowd immediately retreated as though they were avoiding a venomous scorpion. In the deflecting blade manner, there were a few people that one couldn't afford to offend, and Princess Anai Huang was one of them. The greatest lesson they had learned in the deflecting blade manner was to never get too close to Princess Anai Huang. Upon seeing Princess Anai Huang, Wang Chong could only smile bitterly. On the other hand, Su Yichin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Your Highness. There's no need to give me face. Give this lad a good beating. I've long found him an eyesore. Princess Anai Huang pointed a finger at Wang Chong and said rudely. Your Highness, rest assured. I'll do my best. Su Yichin bowed slightly. However, Princess Anai Huang didn't seem to be in a good mood. After saying those words, without even sparing Su Yichin a glance, she flung her sleeves, turned around, and left with large strides. She had no interest in watching two grown men play chess. She would wait for the lad to receive some good news before telling her about it. Su Yichin smiled bitterly. Having been in the deflecting blade manner for so long, she knew why Princess Anai Huang treated her with such an attitude. However, Princess Anai Huang had misunderstood her. Just that, she was currently a man, so she couldn't explain this to her. Wang Chong, come. This time, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Chapter 434. The chess hall was bustling with activity. Nearly half of deflecting blade manor had been drawn in. Wang Chong sat motionlessly on a wisteria chair on the first floor. This was not his first time playing chess with someone in the chess hall, nor was it his first time playing with Su Yichin. However, the feeling he was having right now was completely different. Su Chong, have you made up your mind? It's not too late to turn back now. Wang Chong smiled at Su Yichin. If you have the time, you should worry about yourself. Don't forget, if you lose, you have to admit to everyone that your skill is inferior to mine. At that time, the position of master of the chess hall will probably change hands. Su Yichin raised her head slightly, her lips curling in a haughty smile. She seemed to be scheming something. She didn't care what conditions Wang Chong wanted to propose. What she cared about was that, if she won, Wang Chong would have to admit that he was inferior to her in chess. At that time, she could return home in glory and announce this news to everyone. The talented daughter of the Su clan was the true #1 chess player in the capital. Although Wang Chong could defeat the Tang dynasty's war god So Yong-sun, she could defeat Wang Chong. She, Su Yichin, was the undisputed #1 chess player of the Tang dynasty. Since that's the case, there's no problem. Wei Anfang. Yes, young master. Just as Wang Chong finished speaking, Wei Anfang bowed and brought over the chessboard and box that he had prepared beforehand. A purple chessboard made of Zhenan wood inlaid with gold edges was placed at the center. Wang Chong played white while Su Yichin played black. Seeing that the match had officially begun, the surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves. From time to time, mocking gazes would turn towards Su Yichin. Su Yichin coldly harumphed. She knew what these people were thinking. But she didn't care. She knew that these people thought that she would definitely lose, but she would let them know what it meant to be gravely mistaken. This round I'll go first. Su Yichin opened the go box, and the index and middle fingers of her jade-like right hand reached into the go board to pick up a smooth black go piece. Sure, Wang Chong said with a smile. He extended his right hand and made a gentlemanly gesture. Buzz. The crowd immediately started jeering. They were very disdainful of Su Yichin's behavior. Go was a gentleman's way, and even chess masters would give way to others. Wang Chong had taken the initiative to ask him out of his own will, but Su Yichin had taken the initiative to ask for it, which was too much. Shut up! Su Yichin's face was cold as she suddenly reprimanded. This rebuke startled everyone, but Su Yichin's face remained cold. She calmly placed the first go piece. She had enough of dressing up as a man for so many days. She didn't want to keep wearing men's clothes. After this tournament, she would return to being the Su family's talented daughter. When that time came, she would see who would dare to speak to her like that. In Longwei training camp, there weren't many people who dared to breathe loudly in front of her. If not for defeating Wang Chong and proving herself, she wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Wang Chong, it's your turn, Su Yichin said with a cold expression. Wang Chong stared at the other side and sneered inwardly. He knew what Su Yichin was thinking. Go was a gentleman's way, but Su Yichin was a woman. She was neither a man nor a gentleman. She was playing with a girl's privilege and temper. Okay. Wang Chong laughed heartily and neatly placed the first white piece in the upper left corner of the chessboard. As soon as this piece was placed, it was like two armies facing off against each other. The chessboard was instantly filled with the aura of mutual hostility and hostility. Clack! Su Yichin didn't say a word and put down the second black stone without a second thought. The chessboard was still empty. Neither the white pieces nor the black pieces were engaged in any sort of entanglement. It was like two armies probing each other before a battle. The battle was still early, so the others in the chess hall couldn't tell what was going on. However, Wei Yanfang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he inwardly exclaimed in surprise. This Su Chong, he's different. Wei Yanfang tilted his head and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He had watched the challenges between Su Yichin and his young master. As a result, he was very familiar with Su Yichin's style. But this time, the feeling that Su Yichin gave him was completely different from before. Although the previous Su Yichin had been formidable, she had not been this formidable. If one were to use a metaphor to describe it, it was like a young and immature child had suddenly grown up and transformed into an experienced and strong adult. Although Su Yichin had only made 2 moves, her movements were swift and unusual. Moreover, when playing, there was almost no gap between the first and second stones. This meant that her train of thought was quite mature, completely different from before. She's so similar to young master. This thought flashed through Wei Yanfang's mind as he glanced at Wang Chong. He finally remembered that Su Yichin's confident and calm demeanor was very similar to Wang Chong's current demeanor. No wonder he dares to challenge young master. It seems that he has made ample preparations this time. Wei Yanfang originally had sufficient confidence in his young master, but this sudden discovery made Wei Yanfang suddenly faintly worry in his heart. Although Su Yichin had not shown the strength that could overwhelm Wang Chong, she had already shown an unexpected ability. Clack! Wang Chong looked at the opposite side with a smile. He picked up a white stone and calmly placed the first stone without looking at it. There was no battle. This time it was still a test without any contact. Humph! Su Yichin snorted coldly and placed the third stone. This time, she finally showed her proactive and aggressive offensive. Buzz! A stone was placed directly on Wang Chong's center army, and the atmosphere on the chessboard immediately became tenfold more tense. Isn't this young master's style? All of a sudden, someone said. This immediately alerted the others. Looking carefully, more and more people recognized it. The style of Su Yichin's opening, as well as the move to take the center army, was clearly something that Wang Chong had used before. The gazes that looked at Su Yichin suddenly changed. To dare to use Wang Chong's style against Wang Chong in a game of Go, this was not something that an ordinary person would dare to do, because no one was more familiar with his style than Wang Chong. For Su Yiqin to dare to do this, she was either an idiot or extremely confident that she had thoroughly polished Wang Chang's style and was confident that she could beat him. But for so many days, Su Yiqin had swept the entire Qiyuan by herself. No matter how one looked at it, she was not an idiot. That could only mean, at this moment, the mockery disappeared, and so did the mocking laughter. Everyone looked at Su Yiqin with a gaze that was completely different from before. If this fellow dared to challenge young Master Wang, it seemed like she had some confidence. The atmosphere in the Qiyuan suddenly became strange. This is only the beginning. In a moment, you'll know who is the true number one in Go. Su Yiqin sneered in her heart. She knew what everyone was thinking, but if they thought that she could only blindly imitate Wang Chong, then they were wrong. Ever since her last crushing defeat, she had stayed in the Qiyuan, not even returning home. The past few months had not been in vain. Next, she would make everyone, including Wang Chong, look at her in a new light. She had an even greater surprise waiting for them. Clack! As the black stone fell to the ground, a faint smile appeared on Wang Chong's face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Su Yiqin's move, as well as the expressions of the surrounding people, seemed to have been automatically filtered out by him. Wang Chong's smile made Su Yiqin grit her teeth, her heart filled with hatred. In a moment, let's see if you can still smile. Su Yiqin clenched her teeth and placed her fourth stone. This stone was even more radical and more aggressive. Bang! Almost at the same time, Wang Chong placed his fourth stone. This stone was different from the previous ones. It was placed in the middle right position, directly restricting Su Yiqin's left, middle, and bottom paths. Combined with the previous 3 stones, it was a 4-in-1 attack, exerting far more pressure on Su Yiqin than any of Su Yiqin's previous move. Good move! As expected, young master is still the best. This move is much better than Su Chang's. Those who were able to appear here were basically all people who had some understanding of chess. When Wang Chong made this move, everyone's eyes lit up. In terms of offense, Wang Chong's move was not radical, but it exerted much more pressure than Su Yiqin. This was a kind of overall momentum, not a partial entanglement. At the very least, in terms of the overall situation, Wang Chong was much better than Su Yiqin. Everyone who saw this scene was filled with admiration. As the master of the chess hall, Wang Chong's attainments in Go were truly incomparable to others. It's finally out. To everyone's surprise, seeing Wang Chong's brilliant move, Su Yiqin's lips curved in a smug smile, like a cat that had succeeded in stealing a fish. Clack! While everyone was still immersed in the brilliance of Wang Chong's move, Su Yiqin suddenly placed a stone. The black stone was like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Wang Chong's army. In an instant, the style of the Go board changed. Wang Chong's unified offensive was suddenly broken into pieces. The kind of high-pressure Tai aura from before suddenly disappeared. Following Su Yiqin's long-planned move, the air in the chess hall seemed to have been sucked out, the praises of praise instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone, as long as they could understand what was happening, was stunned by Su Yiqin's move. Even Eagle, who had only a passing understanding of Go, could see it. Su Yiqin's move was clearly designed to suppress Wang Chong. This woman isn't simple. Eagle's eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this cross-dressing chess hall student. In the chess hall there was absolute silence. All eyes turned to Wang Chong, and a smug smile appeared in Su Yiqin's eyes. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must have a whole new level of respect. Wang Chong, if you think that I only know how to imitate you, then you are gravely mistaken. There are even more surprises to come. Chapter 435. She would never forget the 3 times that Wang Chong had humiliated her. Especially the last time. As the eldest senior sister of Longwei training camp, she had never suffered such a loss, never suffered such humiliation. Wang Chong had defeated this precedent. Whether it was to avenge her humiliation or to preserve her pride and dignity as the talented daughter of the Su clan, Su Yiqin, she would not easily lose to Wang Chong. Over the past few months, every word that Wang Chong had said had stung her deeply. No one knew what kind of effort she had put into these past few months. During this time, she had silently endured everyone's humiliation. Whenever there was an examination in the chess hall, she would go and observe without fail. Every step and move that Wang Chong had made, she had watched them carefully and remembered them clearly. Even when she returned home, she would ponder over them even when she was sleeping, pondering over every change in his moves, every minute direction. Not only that, she, Su Yiqin, had always been arrogant. Even those princesses in the palace, she would not give them much face. In terms of chess, she would never admit defeat to Wang Chong. But this time, in order to deal with Wang Chong, in order to avenge her humiliation, she had even put down her pride and self-esteem to read through the chess books that Wang Chong had written. From the most basic to the most advanced, she had flipped through them one by one. Even when it was snowing heavily in winter, she would study the chess books that Wang Chong had written for the students of the chess hall. After several months of enduring hardships, she had finally reaped the rewards. Her own talent, the books that Wang Chong had written, and her observation of Wang Chong's every move had finally allowed her to completely understand Wang Chong's chess moves and thoughts, and she had even come up with a way to restrain him. The current Wang Chong was no longer mysterious in her eyes. She wanted Wang Chong to suffer a crushing defeat in front of the students who worshipped him the most. Wang Chong, it's your turn. Su Yiqin lifted her gaze, her aura overbearing. Good job, miss. The eyes of the hidden servant girl from the Su clan lit up when she saw this, and she clenched her fists in excitement. Wang Chong was the only one who remained calm. With a chuckle, he placed his white chess piece on an unexpected spot on the board. Not only did he block Su Yiqin's attack, but he also switched from defense to offense, launching an attack on Su Yiqin. Good move. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. As expected of the young master. It wouldn't be easy for Su Yiqin to defeat the young master. Humph, let's see how long you can be so smug. Without waiting for the crowd to cheer, Su Yiqin extended two slender fingers and placed the fifth black stone on the board. This move was aimed at Wang Chong's fourth stone. Not only did it restrain Wang Chong's moves and nullify Wang Chong's previous efforts to organize the game, it also placed Wang Chong in a disadvantageous position. The chess hall fell silent once more. Su Yiqin's swift and fierce attack was like an invisible hand blocking the throats of the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even the most careless of people realized that the Su Yiqin in front of them was completely different from before. At the very least, she was not as easy to bully as they had imagined. For this game to end quickly and for Wang Chong to easily defeat her would not be an easy task. The sixth stone, Su Yiqin, went straight for the center. The seventh stone, Su Yiqin's black stone, landed in the upper left corner of Wang Chong's board. The eighth stone, Su Yiqin, landed in the center of Wang Chong's board. Her playing style became more and more aggressive, the speed at which she placed her stones became faster and faster, and her aim became more and more focused. No matter how muddle-headed one was, even those with the lowest attainments in chess could tell that Su Yiqin had studied Wang Chong and his playing style. Her playing style, while maintaining Wang Chong's ferocious and fierce playing style, also restrained Wang Chong's playing style to the extreme. In short, no matter who saw it, her playing style was specially designed to restrain Wang Chong. This is a little troublesome. In the crowd, Wei Anfang and the eagle both frowned. The others looked at Su Yiqin in a completely different light. The feeling that Wang Chong gave the crowd was the same as before, but Su Yiqin had become stronger. Ever since they knew Wang Chong, this was the first time they had seen someone play Go with Wang Chong like this, and even gain the upper hand. Buzz! The board was still divided. Although Su Yiqin's attacks were fierce, Wang Chang's counterattacks were equally terrifying. The sixth stone directly cut off Su Yiqin's attack. The seventh stone broke Su Yiqin's combination of stones. The eighth stone hit Su Yiqin's center for the second time. This was the first time the crowd had seen such an intense game. Whether it was Wang Chong or Su Yiqin, the two were like the sharpest swords, cutting at each other's fatal spots. The two seemed to completely ignore defense, taking an extremely aggressive stance. Unknowingly, everyone held their breath, attracted by the intense art of Go. Go was like the art of war, and that was the case on the battlefield. Without a strong opponent, one side would have the overwhelming advantage. That kind of battle was called encirclement and annihilation, not a battle. But if the opponent was an opponent and the general met a talent, then it would be a completely different grand scene. That kind of battle would no longer be called a battle, but a sublimated art, the art of war. What Wang Chong and Su Yiqin were displaying in front of the crowd was this kind of art. That intense battle had completely attracted everyone's attention. Many people who had learned a bit of Go and the art of war for the sake of spirit vein cultivation suddenly realized that Go could be like this. Although they played Go every day, compared to Wang Chong, it was the same board, the same pieces, but the two sides seemed to be playing a completely different game. Everyone was attracted and conquered by the art of Go displayed by Wang Chong and Su Yiqin. Clatter, clatter. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the match between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin, the intense match finally reached its first critical moment. Wang Chong, you've lost. Accompanied by a clattering sound, a jade-like hand reached out and picked up the 3 white pieces on the chessboard, sweeping the first wave of white pieces on the chessboard into the chess box. At this point in the match, Su Yiqin had finally taken the initiative and taken Wang Chong's piece. Just this point alone showed that Su Yiqin's Go skill had already surpassed the entire Qiyuan, including everyone beneath Wang Chong. No one had ever done this before. The one who laughs last laughs best. Su Chong, don't you think it's too early to talk about victory and defeat? Wang Chong looked at the gleeful Su Yiqin and smiled. It had to be said that, other than war god So Young-sun, Su Yiqin was the most formidable opponent Wang Chong had ever faced in Go. Her talent was so high that Wang Chong had never seen it before. Even Marchioness Yi would probably pale in comparison to her. Even though he had placed many chess records and explanations on the art of war in the Qiyuan, it wasn't the first time these things had been there. The fact that Su Yiqin was able to raise her skills to this level through self-study was truly astonishing. If you can take 3 of your pieces, then you can take 30 of your pieces, perhaps even more. You're bound to lose this match. You'd better think about how you're going to admit defeat in front of everyone. I can't wait to hear you say those words and admit that your skills are inferior to mine. Su Yiqin said proudly. Even though she was still using the fake identity of Su Chong, she couldn't wait to see the look on Wang Chong's face when he lost to her. I have to admit that you've improved greatly. But even so, you're still far from being able to defeat me. If this is all you've got, it'll be very difficult for you to defeat me. Don't forget, if you lose, you have to agree to a condition of mine. Wang Chong chuckled. His expression was carefree and confident. Still so stubborn. Su Yiqin cursed as she glanced at the chessboard. No matter how she looked at it, Wang Chong was at a disadvantage. The situation was already like this, and with so many people watching, yet Wang Chong was still able to say such words. Su Yiqin had to give in. But the more Wang Chong acted this way, the more unconvinced Su Yiqin was, and the more she wanted to win. She had already lost many times in the Qiyuan. Her strong self-esteem made her want to defeat Wang Chong openly no matter what and win once and for all. Don't worry. If you want to lose, it'll be easy. I'll definitely let you have your wish. Su Yiqin's face was as cold as ice. She grabbed a black stone and placed it on Wang Chong's center without a word. 30 stones, 31 stones, 32 stones on the chessboard. Wang Chang's situation was getting worse and worse. Su Yiqin's attacks were also getting stronger and stronger. The black and white stones were like black and white dragons crisscrossing on the chessboard, biting and biting at each other. At a glance, one could only feel danger and danger at every step. Even the eagle, who hadn't been paying much attention, was drawn in by the game between the two. On the 38th move, Wang Chong had finally taken 2 of Su Yiqin's stones, but Su Yiqin had won even more. But no matter how much he lost, Wang Chong's expression remained calm, not the slightest bit flustered. Even the arrogant Su Yiqin couldn't help but admire him. On the 40th move, a stone landed on the edge of the chessboard on Wang Chong's side, a seemingly unimportant edge. However, it was this seemingly casual move that caused a huge change in the chess game that had been in a stalemate for a long time. The calm and collected Wang Chong also trembled when Su Yiqin made this move, and his expression suddenly changed. Swish! Almost reflexively, Wang Chong raised his head and looked at Su Yiqin. This move was definitely not one of his routines. Su Yiqin's move was definitely not one of his moves. It was a completely new style of chess. Wang Chong took another look at the chessboard. On the huge chessboard, a small black stone lay between the 2 white dragons. Although the black stone was small, it was like a towering mountain, firmly separating the 2 dragons on the left and right of Wang Chong. Good move. Even though he had been called the war sage in his previous life, Wang Chong couldn't admit that Su Yiqin's move was extremely good. It was completely ingenious. It finally appeared. Chapter 436. At Wang Chong's level, there were very few chess moves that could catch his eye. However, this move of Su Yiqin's had definitely reached this level. Moreover, although Wang Chong had never seen this move of Su Yiqin's before, it was not unfamiliar to him. I didn't think that after reading my chess book, she would be able to fuse her expertise in logistics with the art of war and chess so quickly. Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The art of commerce was the art of war, the art of chess was the art of war, and the art of war was interlinked with everything. Mastering one method is equivalent to mastering all methods was not just an empty saying. When one reached a higher level, one's vision and outlook would change, and many things would be interlinked. Back then, Su Yiqin was renowned for her logistics skills. Whether it was cavalry, infantry, or archers, no matter how mobile, Su Yiqin was always able to deliver weapons, armaments, and rations to the troops in a timely manner. If the pieces in the middle of the chessboard were regarded as regular troops on the battlefield, and the pieces at the edge of the chessboard were regarded as logistical troops, then Su Yiqin's black piece was precisely the sword that cut off Wang Chong's logistical source, splitting Wang Chong's regular troops and logistical troops. At Wang Chong's peak, he was known as the war saint, surpassing all the generals and commanders of the past. The tens of thousands of troops he led were also elites, but without logistical support, he was also forced into a dead end. Thus, he felt this set of moves the most. Although Su Yiqin had not yet reached the same level of fame and prestige as his previous life, she had already faintly comprehended the principles of the Su clan's logistics skills and fused them into the art of war, faintly showing signs of being the king of logistics. This level of intelligence and talent was truly astonishing. Even as a war saint, Wang Chong had to admit that Su Yiqin's chess skills were very troublesome. "How is it? Why aren't you saying anything now? Aren't you very good?" Su Yiqin sneered, not letting go of this opportunity to ridicule Wang Chong. If it could be said that Wang Chong had been resisting with all his might before, and the distance between the two of them wasn't big, then now, after this move, Wang Chong's disadvantage was instantly widened, and it was very obvious. "I have nothing to say. This move of yours is indeed very powerful." Wang Chong smiled. He would never deny that he was powerful. "Humph, at least you know your place." Su Yiqin held her head high, and a proud smile finally appeared on her face. Since the start of the fight, this was the first time Wang Chong had raised his sword. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with me with just this. Wang Chang's next sentence immediately made Su Yiqin explode. Bastard, just you wait and see, Su Yiqin said angrily. Even she herself hadn't realized that, although she was still a man, she had unintentionally revealed a bit of her feminine side to Wang Chong and the others. In the chess hall, everyone had strange expressions. But soon, no one was in the mood to pay attention to it, because Su Yiqin had already picked up a white stone and placed it on the chessboard. No matter how strong a disciple was, they couldn't be stronger than their master. Su Yiqin had long known that she wouldn't be able to beat Wang Chong just by relying on the chess and military books she had learned from him. If she wanted to beat him, she had to use other methods. Thus, the purpose of Su Yiqin studying Wang Chong's chess books was very simple. It was to understand his military strategy, chess, and style, and then find a way to restrain him. Wang Chong's conjecture was correct. This method of combining logistics and military strategy was the one that Su Yiqin had found to deal with Wang Chong. It was also the true way of chess that belonged to Su Yiqin herself. The game continued. One after another, black and white pieces landed on the chessboard. Wang Chong was still attacking with all his might, wanting to reverse the situation. But to Su Yiqin, this was already a clear sign of stubbornness. If Wang Chong had been able to see through her intentions at the start of the match, perhaps he would still have had a chance. But now, 40 to 50 moves had passed, and Wang Chong's offensive had been disintegrated by her unexpected move. The disadvantage was obvious, and it was too late. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Su Yiqin inwardly sneered. She had already eaten a considerable number of Wang Chong's stones, while Wang Chong had probably eaten less than 8 black stones. And on the chessboard, Wang Chong had no chance of winning at all. Clack! On the 58th move, Su Yiqin landed another black stone, miraculously cutting off the connection between a small dragon and a big dragon in the upper right corner of Wang Chong. On the 72nd move, Su Yiqin's new chess skill, which combined logistics and military strategy, appeared again. A chess piece miraculously cut off one of Wang Chong's big dragons again. On the 85th move, Su Yiqin's logistics chess skill worked for the 4th time. Wang Chong's situation became more and more unfavorable, and the gap was widened. On the 96th move, Su Yiqin's logistics chess skill was launched, and a small dragon was directly eaten from Wang Chong. 108th move, 123rd move, 151st move. Su Yiqin was getting more and more proficient in logistics, and she was getting better and better at it. Before she knew it, all the confidence Su Yiqin had lost to Wang Chong had returned. She had once again returned to the eldest senior sister that everyone in Longwei training camp revered. Su Yiqin played faster and faster, and she was getting better and better at it. Every move seemed to come naturally to her. Ever since she had started learning chess, this was the game that Su Yiqin had gotten the most out of, and it was also the best she had ever played. Su Yiqin even felt that there was no one who could beat her in chess at this point in time. Wang Chong couldn't, and neither could anyone else. Even that war god So Young-sun, whom she had always respected, might not be a match for her. Once this match was over, she would definitely find a way to have So Young-sun play a match with her. This wasn't because she was disrespecting that world-famous senior, but because she wanted to verify her own chess skills. It was like an invisible gate had been opened in her mind, and this match with Wang Chong had allowed Su Yiqin's thoughts to flow like a spring. The Su family's logistical skills, the art of war, and the art of chess were becoming more and more integrated, and Su Yiqin was slowly forming her own style. And this maturing logistical chess skill was reflected on the chessboard, which meant that Wang Chong's situation was getting worse and worse. Like a powerful army that had lost its supplies and reinforcements, Wang Chong was being forced into a dead end step by step. Water would dry up without a source, and even the strongest army would slowly decline without a source of supply. This was the situation that Wang Chong was facing. Clap! The last piece landed on the chessboard, and like a hammer striking down, Su Yiqin suddenly stood up from her seat and arrogantly declared the result of this match. Wang Chong, you've lost. I've already won this match. Su Yiqin looked down on Wang Chong with a haughty expression. After suffering in deflecting blade manner for several months, she had finally achieved her goal. She had finally defeated this so-called Qilin son of the Wang clan. From now on, her Su clan's Su Yiqin would be the true chess master of the world, and the #1 chess master in the world at that. With this, she could openly challenge the war god So Young-sun, who said that women were inferior to men. No man could compare to Su Yiqin. In terms of martial arts, in Longwei training camp, she was the eldest senior that everyone had to respect. In terms of chess, even the esteemed Qilin son of the Wang clan, who had been in the limelight recently, could not compare to her. Yet, didn't he still lose to her? Be it in terms of martial arts or literature, she, Su Yiqin, was not someone those stinky men could compare to. The chess hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by this result. No one could have imagined that the chess godly Wang Chong would lose to this Su Chong. How is this possible? The eagle and Wei Anfang were also stunned. But the chessboard could not lie. The crisscrossing black and white stones could not lie. Wang Chong had truly lost. The chess hall was shrouded in an indescribable silence, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Everyone was looking at Wang Chong. If Wang Chong could not prove his strength as the #1 chess master, he would no longer have the right to take the examination and teach the other students of the chess hall. Wang Chong's standing in deflecting blade manner would also be shaken. Chess was the first, and then martial arts, and then other things. One had to know that this sort of thing would lead to a chain reaction. Moreover, under Wang Chong's influence, the chess hall's status in deflecting blade manner was growing more and more important. The first thing anyone who wanted to join deflecting blade manner had to do was pass the chess hall's examination. This made the chess hall's examination a threshold for students of deflecting blade manner. If Wang Chong could not prove his legitimacy and leadership ability, then everything would be for naught. At the very least, Su Yiqin was more suitable than Wang Chong for the position of leader of the chess hall. That's right, Su Yiqin gave Wang Chong a faint smile, and then with a swoosh, she untied her hairband and shook her head. In an instant, her black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. At the same time, Su Yiqin's right index finger slid down from her chest. Her thin fingernail was as sharp as a sword, and it cut through Su Yiqin's green robe. In the blink of an eye, as if by magic, a crescent-colored, soft, and glossy dress appeared before everyone. The Su Chong who had spoken so harshly was gone. In his place was a peerless beauty with fair skin and jade-like skin. What? This sudden change shocked everyone. Heavens, Su Chong is actually a woman. How beautiful! This is incredible. She's so beautiful that I didn't even know that I was with her for so long. Everyone was dumbfounded by the change in Su Chong. When he was still a man, Su Chong already had rosy lips and white teeth. He was so handsome that even women would pale in comparison. And now that he was a woman, Su Chong eclipsed all the beauties and fairies in the capital. More importantly, Su Chong was not weak and frail like most women, and it wasn't just her beauty either. She exuded the elegance and magnanimity of a noble clan, as well as an astonishing talent that many women lacked. This made her beauty all the more astonishing and also all the more fatal. In the chess hall, almost everyone who saw the real Su Chong couldn't help but be deeply attracted to her, and they naturally developed a favorable impression of her. This sort of magnetic charm was simply unstoppable. So beautiful! This was the same thought in everyone's mind. Even Wang Chong, who was sitting across from him, couldn't help but feel his eyes twitch. This was Wang Chong's first time seeing Su Yiqin's real body. But even Wang Chong had to admit that this girl's soul-stirring beauty had already surpassed the realm of ordinary. This kind of beauty made one want to subconsciously get close to her and submit to her. It's said that the talented daughter of the Su clan is both beautiful and talented. It seems like it's true. Chapter 437. Wang Chong had long known of Su Yichin's true identity and that she was a woman. However, Su Yichin's true appearance was far more beautiful than he had expected. I forgot to tell you, my name is not Su Chong, but Su Yichin. I am the eldest daughter of the Su clan. When you admit that you are inferior to me in front of the crowd, don't forget this. Su Yichin had no idea what Wang Chong was thinking. She lightly swung her long black hair, casually tying it up with a crescent white hairpin, a proud expression on her face. Although there were some twists and turns, Wang Chong had still lost to her. Young miss. What? You really won. A shriek came from the crowd, and Su Yichin's dainty maid rushed out. She rushed to Su Yichin's side, jumping and shouting excitedly. You won, you really won. The maid shrieked as if she had won. Lass, you're always so nosy. Su Yichin bluntly slapped the back of the maid's head. Wang Chong, how is it? Hurry up and announce it to the crowd. Su Yichin turned around and looked at Wang Chong with the attitude of a victor. Then, she gestured for Wang Chong to go out and announce her victory in front of the crowd in the deflecting blade manner. Hee, did you win? Why didn't I see it? Wang Chong sat on his seat, unmoving as a mountain. He watched with a smile as Su Yichin performed the joy of victory before him. Wang Chong, victory has already been decided. With so many people watching, you can't possibly be thinking of going back on your word, right? Su Yichin's pupils constricted, and her complexion abruptly warped. The Wang clan of the capital is a clan of ministers and generals. Don't tell me you're so tasteless? That's right. Wang Chong, are you still a man? Are you going to go back on your words after playing chess with our young miss? The little maid immediately stood up for the injustice. The atmosphere around them suddenly became subtle. Su Yichin's victory was unexpected, but Wang Chong's reaction was also unexpected. Half a year after the establishment of the deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong's image in the eyes of the public was still very good. No one thought that Wang Chong was the kind of person who would easily go back on his word, but the scene in front of them was really puzzling. I didn't say I'm going back on my word. However, Su Yichin, don't you know that the winner of this round can only be determined after I finish playing? Don't tell me you've forgotten that you took the initiative in this round? As Wang Chong spoke, he took out the last white piece from the chess box. The moment this white piece appeared, the atmosphere in the chess hall abruptly changed. Su Yichin felt as if someone had pricked her with a needle, and her body visibly trembled. In an instant, along with the white piece that Wang Chong had taken out of the box, some things that had been forgotten suddenly resurfaced in her mind. That's right. She had truly taken the initiative in this round. Although she had already placed down her last piece, this round could only be truly concluded after Wang Chong had placed his piece. Wang Chong wasn't wrong when he said that the winner had yet to be determined. As if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind, Su Yichin suddenly had a bad premonition, and the smile on her face immediately vanished. Su Yichin had never dared to underestimate Wang Chong, and this was naturally no different. But very quickly, Su Yichin returned to normal. Wang Chong, don't try to fool me. We've already reached this point, and this is just the last piece. I don't believe that you can still win. Su Yichin said coldly. Her gaze swept over the chessboard, and she saw that the black and white pieces crisscrossed on the golden-laid Nanma chessboard, resembling a map of broken hills. Su Yichin was certain that the current Wang Chong had already been cut to pieces by her, and he had completely lost the ability to threaten her. Su Yichin, remember these words, the one who laughs in the end laughs the best. Under everyone's gazes, Wang Chong heartily laughed as he pressed down on his final white stone. In that instant, time seemed to slow down countless times. Under countless gazes, the white piece in Wang Chong's hand seemed to become as heavy as 1,000 caddies, attracting everyone's attention. Even Su Yiqin couldn't help but follow the movement of the white piece in Wang Chong's hand toward the chessboard. Su Yiqin absolutely did not believe that a white piece could pose any threat to her, but Wang Chong's expression was too calm, too carefree. This made her unconsciously feel a little uneasy. Bang! It was clearly only a split second, but to the crowd, it felt as if countless centuries had passed. Finally, bang! With a heavy thud, Wang Chong's last white piece landed in the lower left corner of Su Yiqin's hand, a position that she had never expected. The moment the piece landed, the entire chess hall trembled, as if Wang Chong's piece had not landed on the chessboard, but in everyone's hearts. Check. Su Yiqin, you've lost. Wang Chong said something that Su Yiqin couldn't understand. However, Su Yiqin very quickly paid no attention to what Wang Chong's words meant, because as Wang Chong's last white piece landed, everyone's gazes were focused on this unremarkable place. And when the dust settled, everyone suddenly realized that the originally insignificant and unrelated itch and pain suddenly became incomparably important in that instant. Like a massive net, Wang Chong had finally completed the final stroke. The net that had been woven from the very first chess piece finally took shape at this moment. Wang Chong's originally scattered, fragmented, and shapeless white pieces, at this critical moment, suddenly transformed into a massive, murderous trap. And Su Yiqin was the prey in the center of this trap. This is impossible. Su Yiqin's eyes widened abruptly, looking at this sudden reversal of the chess game in disbelief, her chest rising and falling rapidly like a bellows. Nothing is impossible, Su Yiqin, you've lost. Wang Chong laughed, then stretched out both his hands, his right hand holding the chess piece, and his left holding the piece. Under Su Yiqin's shocked gaze, he collected the first prey in the net that he had spent a long time to weave, the first big dragon of Su Yiqin, which was formed by countless black pieces. Then, there was a small dragon at the corner, then a second, a third. As Wang Chong collected his pieces, a large space suddenly appeared on the crowded chessboard, and then a second space, a third space. Su Yiqin's black pieces were different from Wang Chong's. Her pieces were formed by countless big and small dragons, looking after each other from the head to the tail, taking care of each other. It seemed like a brilliant layout, but at this time, it became her biggest failure. Piece after piece, by the time all the black pieces had been collected, the black pieces had become sparse, and Wang Chong's white pieces, which had been cut into pieces, now held an absolute advantage on the field. And the sparse layout, at first glance, was the result of Su Yiqin's logistics chess attack, but at this time, it became the brilliant part of Wang Chong. Because Su Yiqin could no longer collect any of Wang Chong's pieces from the chessboard. Wang Chong won. The situation on the chessboard was clear at a glance, even those who didn't understand chess could see it. Impossible, impossible. This is impossible. Su Yiqin's body trembled as if she had been hit by a heavy blow. This chessboard was completely opposite in terms of the outcome of victory and defeat. It dealt a heavy blow to him. Even if you beat Su Yiqin to death, she couldn't believe that she lost. Moreover, she lost to Wang Chong at the last step after having the complete advantage for a long time in the early stages. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yiqin muttered to herself, her body swayed, and her face was pale. Miss. The petite little maid of the Su family hurriedly supported her miss with a pained heart, while fiercely glaring at Wang Chong. It was all this guy's fault, causing her miss to suffer such a huge blow. Didn't he know how to give way? He had already seen the miss' true appearance, and he was still like this, really unromantic. Seeing the little maid's fierce gaze, Wang Chong only smiled. If it was just a dispute or a game, of course it didn't matter if he gave way. However, the reason why Wang Chong had set up this chess game was to subdue Su Yiqin, the future king of logistics, and bring her under his command, so no matter what, he couldn't give way. To be able to combine the Su family's logistic skills with chess, Su Yichin, your talent is indeed amazing. Wang Chong slowly swept the large pile of black pieces into the chess box, then stood up. But unfortunately, you focused too much on one part and neglected the whole. After all, chess is not a simple competition of logistics skills. As he spat out the last word, a huge aura was released from Wang Chong's body. This was Wang Chong's original aura. As the war saint in his previous life, Wang Chong was completely capable of saying these words in front of Su Yichin as a teacher. Su Yichin's talent was indeed not bad, but it was just that, and there was still a huge gap between her and Wang Chong. This could be sensed from this game. In the beginning, Su Yichin had the advantage, but in the end, because of Wang Chong's final white piece, all her efforts had been for naught, and she had turned victory into defeat. This result might have been unexpected for Su Yichin, shocking, and completely unacceptable. But to Wang Chong, he had expected all of this from the very beginning. Su Yichin was not the first opponent Wang Chong had encountered, nor would she be the last, and certainly not the most formidable. In Wang Chong's life, he had encountered countless truly formidable opponents, and they had all been on dangerous battlefields. Even these famed generals, great generals, and even the otherworldly invaders had suffered crushing defeats, so how could Su Yichin? The title of War Saint was not something one could just call oneself. Boom! As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, the students in the chess hall who supported and worshipped Wang Chong cheered. Then the others followed suit. The game between Wang Chong and Su Yichin had been too marvelous, especially Wang Chong's miraculous final white piece, which had instantly turned defeat into victory and completely overturned Su Yichin. This inconceivable chess skill had completely won over everyone present. This alone had won Wang Chong a large number of diehard fans, and even more people had been completely drawn in by the breadth and depth of the way of chess. They hadn't expected that the way of chess could be so strange and so marvelous. It was like a mysterious world, exuding endless light, deeply drawing in those who weren't familiar with the world of chess. Well done. Young master truly is young master. No one can easily defeat him in his area of expertise. Wei Anfang and the eagle both laughed. Chapter 438. Su Yichin's expression was ugly. The cheers from the crowd were undoubtedly a form of pressure on her. Wang Chong, don't be too happy. You've only won one round. One day you'll be defeated by me. Su Yichin said coldly. Haha, that's a matter for the future. But now, there was another matter that was pressing on his mind. Su Yichin, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Wang Chong toyed with a white stone, tossing it back and forth with a faint smile on his lip. Wang. Hearing these words, Su Yichin's eyes suddenly narrowed and her breathing stilled. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something that could kill her. Wang Chong had indeed agreed that if he lost, he would have to admit in front of everyone that his skills were inferior to hers. But at the same time, she had also made a promise to him. If she lost, she would have to agree to one condition. A fatal condition. Su Yichin, you're not going back on your word, are you? Wang Chong's heart tightened as he observed the situation, and he immediately asked. No one would violate a gentleman's agreement. But Su Yichin was a woman. If she brought out a move like women were not gentlemen, and did not need to abide by a man's agreement, he would be helpless. Wang Chong, don't look down on me. The Su clan may not be comparable to your Wang clan, but the descendants of the Su clan are not people who go back on their word. Wang Chong, what conditions do you have in mind? But let me warn you, don't go overboard. Worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. Su Yichin was filled with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have revealed her identity so early. She had already revealed her identity as a woman in front of everyone. She had seen the reactions of the crowd just now, and if Wang Chong had made some unreasonable request to take advantage of her, there was nothing she could have done. The Su clan could not afford to lose such a person. Damn it! Su Yiqin really wanted to slap herself in the face. It was too late to say anything at this time. She really wanted to win against Wang Chong too much. What are you thinking about? Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the look on Su Yiqin's face. No matter how immoral he was, he couldn't possibly make such a request in front of so many people, right? Don't worry, I'm not as dirty as you think. Wang Chong extended a finger and said confidently, I only have one condition, and it's very simple. I only want 10 years of your time. Within 10 years, I want you to be completely under my command and serve me. 10 years later, you will regain your freedom. Su Yiqin, can you do it? Buzz! In the chess hall, everyone was confused. Even the eagle and Wei Anfang looked confused. No one had expected Wang Chong to make such a request. What kind of ability does this girl have? Why does the young master think so highly of her? The eagle looked at the daughter of the Su clan not far away, his heart filled with shock. Others might not be able to sense it, but the eagle had followed Wang Chong for a long time. Behind Wang Chong's words, it was clear that he valued this girl's ability very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request in such a serious manner. There were not many people who could enjoy such treatment. Even the eagle and lone wolf had not enjoyed such treatment. This shocked the eagle to no end. Bastard! Wang Chong, you tricked me! Su Yiqin suddenly let out an angry roar, causing everyone to jump in fright. Su Yiqin's face was bright red and her eyes were spitting fire. Her eyes seemed to suddenly understand something as she glared at Wang Chong. This sudden reaction gave even Wang Chong a fright. You already knew my identity, didn't you? Bastard, you purposely tricked me. Su Yiqin glared fiercely at Wang Chong. In that instant, when she heard Wang Chong's condition, Su Yiqin understood many things. Wang Chong's so-called condition did not seem like something that could be thought of on a whim. It seemed more like the result of a long period of planning. In other words, Wang Chong had already known her identity before she had announced it, and he had used this point to set up a bet with her. Su Yiqin suddenly understood this point. How could she not be angry? From start to finish, she had been tricked by Wang Chong. Su Yiqin even suspected that Wang Chong had already seen through her identity on the first day she arrived on the mountain. Thinking back to how she had been humiliated by Wang Chong in the chess hall, the more Su Yiqin thought about it, the more she felt that Wang Chong had done it on purpose. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Miss, what are you talking about? The Su family's eccentric little handmaiden was the first to be confused. From what the young miss said, this Wang Chong had already known about their identities. But how was this possible? The young lady did not reveal her identity at all. Furthermore, the young lady looked very different when she was dressed as a man. Even the people in Longwei training camp, who were familiar with the young lady, might not be able to recognize her, let alone other people. Unless Wang Chong had seen the young miss cross-dressing before? But how was that possible? This was the young miss's first time. Miss Su, don't speak nonsense. When did my young master scheme against you? Hearing Su Yiqin insult his young master, the eagle couldn't take it any more. You. Su Yiqin was furious. Although she had no evidence, Su Yiqin felt that her intuition could not be wrong. Su Yiqin, you aren't thinking of going back on your word, are you? At this moment, Wang Chong sat down and leaned back slightly, a faint smile on his face. You say that I schemed against you. Then let me ask you, did we use any tricks in this game? Su Yiqin's expression froze. For a moment, she was speechless. Although her heart was burning with anger, Su Yiqin had to admit that Wang Chong had not used any tricks in this game. In terms of chess, there was indeed a significant gap between them. Su Yiqin just didn't like the feeling of being made a fool of. Since the game is fair, then you must be willing to accept your loss. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, there's nothing I can do. As he spoke, Wang Chong shrugged. It had to be said that Su Yiqin had far surpassed his expectations. The truth was just as she had guessed. However, desperate times call for desperate measures. Su Yiqin's strength was far above his, and her arrogance was on par with Marchioness Yi and Princess Enai Huang. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to subdue her. Su Yiqin would eventually become a valiant general under King Qi, bringing trouble to both the empire and himself. If he were to meet someone else, he might really do as Su Yiqin had said. He would spend a large amount of time to openly make Su Yiqin submit to him. But Wang Chong was not a pedantic person. The art of war was crafty, and as long as the objective was correct and not for personal gain, Wang Chong did not mind using extreme methods to subdue them. Moreover, he hadn't used any tricks in this chess match, relying solely on his own strength to defeat her. In the end, it was still Su Yiqin's desire for victory that was too strong. Su Yiqin's complexion flickered uncertainly. The chess hall was also quiet, and even the young maid had stopped talking. This match had already exceeded the boundaries of an ordinary match. The Wang clan was no ordinary clan. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, it wasn't a matter that a maid could interfere with. Wang Chong, don't look down on me. Our Su clan isn't a bunch of vile people who go back on their word. Since I've lost to you, I'll definitely do it. However, don't get too complacent. Even if I agree to your request, I won't help you do something that goes beyond my authority. If I don't agree, it's useless even if you force me. Su Yiqin said viciously. With so many people watching, Su Yiqin's pride prevented her from going back on her word. Haha, don't worry. I won't do anything beyond my authority. You'll know when the time comes. Wang Chong waved his hand, knowing that Su Yiqin had misunderstood. This woman was also very arrogant. She had almost lost to him and even been humiliated by him, so it would be strange if she had any good feelings for him now. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only think of a way to change her attitude toward him in the future. Wang Chong, you'll regret this sooner or later. After saying this, Su Yiqin lost all interest in chatting. With a wave of her sleeve, she pushed through the crowd and left. Su Yiqin's mind was in a mess, and she suddenly had a 10-year contract to sell herself to him. She needed time to think it over. Young miss, wait for me. The maid hurriedly chased after her. Boom! The moment the two left, the chess hall once more exploded with cheers. Regardless of what the bet between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin had been, it had truly been an incomparably marvelous and enjoyable game. Many people's hearts had long since been set ablaze, arousing their intense passion for the way of chess. She truly is an arrogant woman, but one worthy of respect. Wang Chong looked in the direction that Su Yiqin had left and smiled, quickly regaining his composure. His hands on the armrests, Wang Chong quickly stood up. The eagle, let's go. Wang Chong called out to him. After spending several months, he had finally succeeded in recruiting Su Yiqin, the future king of logistics, to serve him. Wang Chong felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Now, he could finally move on to other matters. Congratulations to host for successfully subduing Su Yiqin and changing your future destiny. You are rewarded with 15 points of destiny energy. When Wang Chong stepped over the threshold, the long-awaited voice finally rang out in his ears like the sounds of nature. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Chong smiled. Just as he had expected, an important future figure like Su Yiqin would indeed be rewarded with destiny energy. After exchanging for the stellar energy piercer and dealing with the world constraint, he had only been left with 24 points of destiny energy, but with the addition of these 15 points of destiny energy, he now had 39 points of destiny energy. It had not been in vain that he had spent so much time subduing Su Yiqin. 15 points of destiny energy is not bad. Wang Chong smiled and quickly stepped over the threshold. Chapter 439. Winter had not yet passed, but spring was still cold. The capital's Qiaolong Street was surging with people, white steam rising from it. At the busiest part of Qiaolong Street stood a magnificent and grand restaurant, its eaves arched, and rows of large red lanterns hung down from it. A hubbub of voices could be heard from within. "Captain, I offer you a toast." "Captain, I offer you a toast as well." "I, Iron Hook, rarely admire anyone, but I admire Captain. What is a young hero? Captain is one." "Ha ha ha, Iron Hook, does Captain need you to admire him? So many brothers, who doesn't admire Captain? Captain saved my life. In the future, anyone who dares to oppose Captain will be my enemy." Come, come, come. Let's not talk so much nonsense. Everyone, let's offer a toast to Captain. Whether our feelings are deep or shallow will depend on this cup of wine. Ha ha, Baldy, screw off. Captain will get drunk from just one cup, don't mess around. On the second floor of Drunken Star Manor, many people were drinking to each other, their faces flushed red as they surrounded a young man with a composed expression far beyond his age, constantly toasting him. Although this young man was young, his expression was experienced, and he would not refuse any of the toasts. However, he seemed to be very self-disciplined. Each time he drank, he would only take a small sip, lightly moistening his lips before moving the cup away. Thus, even though he was one against many, this young man still stood tall. He did not make himself too drunk, but he did not lose his poise. This was the first time they had gathered since returning from overseas after a cold winter. Everyone attached great importance to it, and almost all the crew members who had participated in the overseas mission had come. "That's right, on the ship. When are we going out to sea again?" The atmosphere at the table was so lively that one of the crew members who had been hired by the ship couldn't help but ask. This question echoed everyone's thoughts. In an instant, everyone put down their wine cups and looked fervently at Wang Liang on the host's seat. Each overseas mission had been fraught with danger, encountering thunderstorms, hurricanes, and all kinds of weather, as well as the treacherous hearts of men. The conspiracy was cunning, and many people died along the way. However, they also reaped rich rewards from it. Even so, everyone still hoped that they could set off once again and head out to sea. Speaking of this is also the reason why I've gathered all of you. Wang Liang's eyes darkened as he slowly put down his cup. I've decided that after a while, I'll set off again for overseas. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, even the mercenary expert boatman who asked the question had a dull look on his face. Everyone remembered. When they had parted last time, Wang Liang had made it clear that there would be no more operations for the next 4 to 5 months. He had only brought this up as a casual question, wanting to know an exact time. He had no hope that Wang Liang would actually do it. "We'll set out again." Boom. After a brief silence, the room burst into a deafening cheer. "Great! Captain has been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Remember to call me, Copperhead, when the ship departs. No matter where Captain goes, I, Copperhead, will follow you wholeheartedly." "Exactly. That's right. No matter where Captain goes, we'll follow." In the room, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement, happier than they would be during a festival. Although Wang Liang was still young, whether it was storms, thunderstorms, massive waves, submerged reefs, shoals, or internal strife, Wang Liang had used his own performance to win over the crew, leading them time and time again out of the most perilous of situations. On the ocean, human strength was minuscule, and no martial artist could contend against the might of nature. The ability to deal with dangerous situations and lead everyone out of danger was even more important than powerful martial strength on the vast ocean. Thus, this was why everyone relied so heavily on Wang Liang. On a ship brimming with people, no single person was indispensable. Only Wang Liang's existence was irreplaceable. Without him, without the sea charts he had drawn, they wouldn't even know how to find those archipelagos. In the boundless ocean, there were no coordinates. Wang Liang said nothing. as he sensed the love and passion of the people around him. His eyes couldn't help but fall into a daze. As expected, I still belong to the ocean, Wang Liang quietly thought to himself. When he returned from overseas, he had originally told Wang Chong that he was going to rest for a long time. But after spending an entire winter at home, Wang Liang suddenly felt like his heart was empty. His life in the capital was easy, free, and comfortable, but deep in his heart, Wang Liang had not obtained the relaxation he had hoped for. On the contrary, he felt empty, like he had lost something. After thinking for a very long time, Wang Liang finally understood what it was that was missing from his soul. It was the ocean. It was the sea breeze of the endless ocean, the salty seawater, the endless thunder, the storms, and the shouts of war cries. Those veteran sailors had once said that if one spent more than a month on the ocean would become a part of one's life. Wang Liang had originally not believed this. But now Wang Liang believed it. After this adventure, Wang Liang suddenly understood that the ordinary, easy, and comfortable life of the capital was not what he wanted. What he wanted was the excitement, the danger, the endless nature, the endless ocean, and the feeling of fighting against himself. It was also in that moment that Wang Liang suddenly realized something. From now on, his life would probably never be peaceful again. This is the life I want. As Wang Liang listened to the cheers of the sailors around him, he felt like something was slowly awakening in his body. His lips slowly curved into a smile. He liked this feeling of his blood boiling. Only when he was surrounded by this group of sailors who shared weal and woe with him could he feel like he had come back to life. These thoughts flitted through his mind, and Wang Liang quickly regained his composure. Don't get happy too early. Wang Liang smiled. It will take at least 2 months from the time of preparation to the time of departure. The fleet needs to be repaired, and we also need to add new ships. Clothes, food, ropes, canvas, water, these are all things that need to be taken care of. We will need to spend at least half a year on the ocean, and none of these are small numbers. That's fine. What does Captain need us to do? The crowd began to talk, the mood extremely enthusiastic. As long as they could go out to sea, waiting was nothing. This is also why I called all of you here. Last time we weren't prepared enough. So this time, no matter what, we must carefully discuss the matter and make the necessary preparations. But this is not something I can handle alone, so I need everyone's help, Wang Liang said. Be at ease, Captain. Whatever you need us to do, Captain only needs to say the word. Everyone's necks flushed as they loudly called out. Boom! Just when the gathering was at its most lively, a massive boom came from below, interrupting everyone's voices. And then there was a hubbub. What's going on? Everyone put down the restaurant and began to frown. This restaurant was one of the best restaurants on Qiaolong Street. Before this banquet, everyone had already instructed that unless there was something special, no one was to disturb them. This was definitely not normal. What's going on? Didn't we already say it? Tell them not to disturb us. Call their manager over and ask him. Everyone had unhappy looks on their faces. Anyone who was disturbed at a private gathering like this would be unhappy. Only Wang Liang vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But before he had time to think, the thump of footsteps interrupted his train of thought. Sorry. The restaurant manager came faster than expected. A few moments later, a middle-aged man with coarse skin and dressed in blue silk appeared at the top of the stairs, in front of everyone. He lowered his waist and bowed. As he apologized, he kept apologizing. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Honored guests, I am truly sorry. Today, this small restaurant has been reserved, so I ask that all of you leave. Whoosh! Hearing the shopkeeper's first words, the expressions of everyone in the hall on the second floor suddenly changed. Someone had clearly reserved the entire restaurant and was beginning to chase them away. What kind of joke is this? It's already good enough that we're not chasing people away. Who would dare to chase us away? Shopkeeper, Do you know when we arrived? Are you joking? You don't know how many people we have here. To be suddenly chased away in the middle of a lively atmosphere, everyone was furious. Wang Liang had been able to keep his composure. But at this moment, he couldn't help but feel angry at this rude request. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. Given the Wang clan's current status, if they wanted to reserve a restaurant, they could easily kick out others. But Wang Liang had not done so. For this first gathering since the beginning of spring, Wang Liang had only reserved a portion of the tables on the second floor, leaving the first and second floors open. Wang Liang was not a tyrannical person. But the fact that the other party had immediately chased them away without saying a word made Wang Liang somewhat angry. "Manager, just who are you?" Wang Liang patiently said, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. "It's me." A rude, domineering, and overbearing voice with a strong smell of sheep drifted from the staircase. Before the voice faded away, bang! A battle boot wrapped in bronze armor landed on the second floor of the restaurant with a loud bang. At this moment, the earth quaked and the entire restaurant seemed to tremble. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly changed their expressions. Chapter 440. The Spirit Vein Mountain. Atop the Spirit Vein Mountain, all was silent. At the top of the mountain, a magnificent palace stood in the midst of the white mist. In the study in the center of the hall was an extremely exquisite iron desk, carved with flowers, birds, insects, and fish. On the other hand, Wang Chong sat behind his desk, cultivating as he worked. It had been more than half a month since he had defeated Su Yiqin in the game at the chess hall. When Su Yiqin appeared at Deflecting Blade Manor as promised, Wang Chong had put aside his affairs and shifted the focus of his work from Deflecting Blade Manor to the Spirit Vein Mountain. Wang Chong's entire focus was on the affairs of the Southwest. This involved hundreds of thousands of soldiers, as well as Meng Shizhao, Uzun, and the Tang dynasty. There were too many problems to resolve in a short period of time. Wang Chong could only slowly think of a solution. "The Eagle, have you prepared the letter to Annan Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong?" "It's ready. In addition, your subordinate has also prepared a gift that has already been delivered to the Annan Protectorate headquarters. Our relationship with Xianyu Zhongtong must be handled well. In the future, we will have many areas where we will need to interact with him. Your subordinate understands. In addition, prepare an additional 1 million taels of gold and have them sent to the southwest overnight. Give them to Zhang Shouji." "This, my lord, but we've already given him 2 to 3 million taels of gold. This is already much higher than our original plan. That city is a bottomless pit. I have my own plans. Just do as I say. In addition, help me arrange a meeting with Lord Zhang of the Bureau of Military Personnel." "Yes, young master, your subordinate understands." Through the Eagle, Wang Chong issued one order after another. Young master, it's bad." At this moment, a loud shout shattered the tranquility of the mountain. Pung! Before Wang Chong and the Eagle could react, the door to the palace was slammed open, and a Wang clan guard scrambled in. Upon seeing this guard, Wang Chong and the Eagle frowned. "What happened? Why are you in such a panic?" Wang Chong said in displeasure. This guard clearly wasn't a guard from the Spirit Vein Mountain. Wang Chong remembered that the guards of the clan strictly forbade trespassing on the Spirit Vein Mountain. Moreover, this sort of panic wasn't something that Wang Chong liked. But the guard kneeling on the ground didn't seem to notice Wang Chong's expression at all. "Young master, bad news. Young Master Liang has been beaten." The guard was sweating profusely, and his first words caused Wang Chong and the Eagle to pale. But before Wang Chong could begin, the guard's second words made Wang Chong's mind sink into his bones. "Young Master Liang is heavily injured, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. His entourage had also been beaten up and injured. They couldn't find young master's contact information, so they sent me to inform young master." After saying this, The guard kneeled on the ground and became motionless. What? Wang Chong slammed the table, and with a loud bang, he stood up from his seat. How could this be? The capital is at the feet of the Son of Heaven. Just who would dare to heavily injure him? Moreover, he has so many people at his side, so how could he be injured? Wang Chong's expression was one of utter shock. His cousin Wang Liang had played an extremely important role in his plans. Many plans could not be carried out without him. More importantly, his cousin Wang Liang was his relative, and Wang Chong trusted him completely. This was something that no one else could replace. But what shocked Wang Chong even more was the truth that the guard had told him. Wang Liang had actually been beaten, and heavily injured at that. Wang Chong clearly remembered that he had placed quite a few guards at Wang Liang's side, and he had also subdued quite a few experts on this overseas trip. A normal person would never be able to get close to him, much less heavily injure him. Just who is this person? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In a place like the capital, the Wang clan was rather inconspicuous. But the Wang clan was a clan of ministers, so it was already quite good that they did not bully ordinary people. To think that someone would dare to humiliate the Wang clan, and in a place like the Son of Heaven. At this moment, Wang Chong was furious. This subordinate does not know. I only heard that it was a group of Hu, and their leaders were some foreign brothers. The guard kneeled on the ground as he spoke. But before he could finish, the eagle interrupted him. You're talking about the foreign brothers? You know of them? Wang Chong turned to the eagle. Yes. These are the Hu nobles who have appeared in the capital in the past month. The foreign brothers are 4 Hu. It's said that they happened to meet on the way to the capital, and because they all share the surname, they became sworn brothers. And because each of their clans has someone who is a Hu general of the imperial court and holds an important position on the imperial court's border, they have some influence in the capital, and even more influence among the Hu. Because our circle doesn't have much interaction with the Hu, and Gongzi only asked me to investigate the southwest, northwest, Yao clan, King Qi, Deflecting Blade Manor, and the Spirit Vein. Thus, I decided to take matters into my own hands and not tell Gongzi about it. However, the eagle paused for a moment, then continued. Those 4 surnamed and are an Wenjin, an Xiaojie, and an Yaluoshan. I didn't investigate the last one, but it's said that he's related to the imperial court's Lanzhou envoy. Boom! Before the eagle could finish speaking, he saw Wang Chong's body tremble, a look of extreme shock on his face, as if he had received a massive blow. The eagle had followed Wang Chong for so long, but he had rarely seen this sort of reaction from Wang Chong. His eyes were wide open, and all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face. The veins on his forehead bulged, making for a terrifying sight. The eagle, what did you say the names of those people were? Wang Chong appeared to be extremely agitated, but his voice was abnormally calm, so calm that it was impossible to tell where his emotions were coming from. The extreme agitation of his emotions and the extreme calmness of his voice formed a stark contrast. Even the Wang clan guard on the ground sensed the strangeness of Wang Chong and raised his head in shock. An Wenjin, an Xiaojie, an Yaluoshan. Before the eagle could finish speaking, he heard the clattering of metal. The only empty metal table in the room was almost instantly knocked aside by a powerful force. The eagle only saw a blurry shadow flash past his eyes, and then Wang Chong was gone. Pass on my order. Mobilize all the guards of the Wang clan and have them all move out. Pass on my order to Deflecting Blade Manor. Have Li Sai, Myasame Ayaka, and Wei Anfang all move out. Mobilize all the guards of Deflecting Blade Manor. Summon Steel Arms. Have him put down what he's doing and return immediately. Summon Luo Tong and inform the King of Song. I need all their help. Summon Zhao Jingdian, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Jingping, and Qi Weisi. Send someone to the Huang clan and tell Huang Qianer to return immediately. Tell all the great clans in the capital that we're on good terms with to send their best experts. Tell them that our Wang clan owes them a favor. Gather all the forces we can. Hurry!" With these last words, Wang Chong had already vanished down the mountain. In the hall, the eagle and his guard were dumbfounded. Boom! Almost at the same time that Wang Chong left, a dazzling bolt of lightning flew over the spirit vein. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, and fierce winds howled. With Wang Chong's final order, the entire capital began to quake. The entire Wang clan was like a precise machine, rumbling as it began to operate. Countless experts swarmed out of the Wang clan residence, the Spirit Vein, Deflecting Blade Manor, the Zhang clan, the Huang clan, and the other great clans that were on good terms with the Wang clan. All the guards and experts in Deflecting Blade Manor had been mobilized. On the Spirit Vein, Zhao Jingyan, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, and the others, who had been cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy this entire time, swiftly left the Spirit Vein the moment they received Wang Chong's order. At the same time, all the Imperial Army instructors that Wang Chong had summoned left the Spirit Vein. Even the residences of the Wang clan and Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, were suddenly emptied, becoming so quiet that it seemed like no one was around. For the first time in a very long time, the 4 heavily guarded areas of the capital, which were like the dens of dragons and dens of tigers, were emptied of guards. This situation even affected some of the great clans of the capital. Many clans had dispatched their experts upon receiving Wang Chong's request. No one knew what was going on, but they all felt a deep sense of unease from these frequent movements. This was the scent of an approaching storm. The great clans that had lived in the capital for a long time were used to the Wang clan's low profile and modesty. They had never seen such a large-scale mobilization before. The heavens are about to change. In the garden of the great clan, the head of a great clan raised his head to the gloomy sky, deep concern in his eyes. The roar of a tiger could be heard by all beasts. When an elephant raised its foot, even snakes and insects would retreat. The Wang clan was abnormally inconspicuous, so inconspicuous that people often forgot about its existence, that it was one of the top-class clans of the empire. But the Wang clan was still a publicly acknowledged clan of ministers and generals in the empire. Wang Chong's order was like a primer, guiding the colossus that was the Wang clan to slowly rise from the depths of the water and reveal itself before everyone. This is the omen of a star of peril. At almost the same moment that Wang Chong left the Spirit Vein Mountain, in the depths of the Imperial Palace, a fierce gust of wind blew from a violet platform to the north of Taiji Palace. It was an extremely gorgeous purple platform, with orbits and orbits on it, as if they contained some kind of special power. If one looked down from the sky, one would see that this violet platform was a massive compass, and this compass was inlaid with mysterious symbols. This was the stargazing platform. It was the oldest building in the Imperial Palace. Chapter 440. Astrology held an extremely important position in every dynasty. And as the place where astrology was practiced, the astronomical observatory had a transcendent status. It was highly regarded by every single emperor, not to mention princes and princesses. Even the concubines and concubines were forbidden to approach it. In the entire royal palace, the astronomical observatory was the only building that could surpass the emperor's bedroom, situated slightly north. The construction of the astronomical observatory wasn't easy. It required the right time, the right place, and the right people. Only those places where the laws of heaven and earth fluctuated intensely were suitable for the construction of the astronomical observatory. Only astrologers could construct the astronomical observatory. Only during the time of the year when the energies of heaven and earth interacted most intensely could one succeed in constructing the astronomical observatory. Only 1 in 10,000 people could fulfill all 3 conditions at the same time. Thus, even though the first emperor of the Central Plains 1,000 years ago was hailed as the greatest emperor in all of history, and he was the first emperor of the Central Plains, the might of the nation and its army were unprecedentedly powerful, the 100 astrologers who spent decades were still unable to succeed in constructing the astronomical observatory. The burly man borrowed the foundations of the former Qin dynasty to construct his astronomical observatory. When the Tang dynasty conquered the capital of Sui, the first astronomical observatory they occupied and protected was this astronomical observatory. The mysteries of heaven were vast and hard to fathom. However, the phenomena of the heavens could be observed. One could see the spots in a tube, and one could tell the meaning of autumn with a single leaf. True astrologers might not be able to see the entire picture of the heavens through the astronomical observatory, but they could still use it to peer into a corner of destiny. The star of misfortune is falling from the west, a great omen. The Tang dynasty is going to change. The white-haired elder sat on the astronomical observatory, his chest pounding in agitation. As the head of the astrologers in the royal palace, he had seen all kinds of ominous omens, but he had never seen such a great omen as the star of misfortune falling from the west. The only record of such an omen was 300 years ago, during the end of the Sui dynasty. The white-haired elder abruptly stood up from the astronomical observatory. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Finally, he stood up and left hurriedly, walking into the depths of the royal palace. This matter was no small matter. It concerned the fate of the empire, so he had to report it to the Holy Emperor as soon as possible. The capital's Huang clan. I'm full. Go ahead and eat. At the banquet, Huang Qian'er was carrying a large silver sword on her back. The moment she received Wang Chang's message, she pushed away from the table and swiftly stood up. Under the astonished gazes of the Huang family, she disappeared through the main entrance. No one knew what had happened, but Huang Qian'er remembered clearly that Wang Chong had promised her that she would stay in the Huang clan for a month, and that he would not summon her in advance. Huang Qian'er didn't know what had happened, but she knew that something must have happened to Wang Chong. Da. Mounting a warhorse, Huang Qian'er disappeared from the Huang clan in just a few moments. At the same time, in a place extremely far from the capital, a messenger pigeon flapped down from the sky. On the official road, a one-armed expert galloping on horseback reached out and caught the pigeon. This, just what has happened in the capital. Iron Hand looked at the urgent letter in his hand, a stunned expression on his face. He had left the capital to carry out Wang Chong's order in secret for a very long time. Wang Chong should have known that he could not extricate himself from this mission. Moreover, unlike the operation against the dragon bandits, the order at that time was to cooperate as much as possible, cooperate if possible, and forget about it if not. But this time, Iron Hand sensed a resolute and unquestionable tone from his words. Almost instinctively, Iron Hand felt a sense of unease. This was no normal transfer. His young master knew his mission. If there was no special matter, he would never transfer him, nor would he demand that he return to the capital. Hiya! Iron Hand's eyes flickered, and after a few moments of thought, he suddenly turned his horse around and galloped back toward the capital. No matter what, his young master's orders could not be disobeyed. Myasame Ayaka, Wei Anfang, the Eagle, Zhao Jingdian, Sun Jiming. At this moment, the same thought appeared in the minds of everyone at Wang Chong's side. Such a large-scale transfer had never occurred before, and Wang Chong had never issued such an order. But despite their doubts, all of them chose to obey Wang Chong's order. The mobilization of countless troops around Wang Chong's order had alarmed the countless great clans of the capital. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning flashed past, and the roar was like a giant axe brushing past one's scalp. Flap, flap. The winds howled, the trees swaying like massive waves, and then the dark clouds began to rain. At first, the raindrops were still pitter-patter, drop by drop. But soon, they became a line. They hit the leaves, the tender grass, the mountains, the roads, and the clothes, making pitter-patter sounds. The world quickly became hazy. Down the long slope, Wang Chong was currently galloping through the rain with his horse, the clip-clop of hooves resounding through the rain. While the entire capital was alarmed by his order and deeply confused, Wang Chong was the only one who knew the whole story. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would use this method to obtain news of that person, his mortal enemy from his last life, and at such a close distance. And Yao Yuashin, the eagle, would probably never know how much he had shocked Wang Chong when he announced that name. He would also never know what this name meant to the Central Plains and the rest of the world. Even though he was still unknown in this world, in another world, there was no one who did not know of his name, and everyone knew of him. Because it was this person who had single-handedly brought disaster upon the Tang dynasty, causing this massive empire to fall apart and fall into ruin. It was also this person who had single-handedly summoned those otherworldly invaders, who had single-handedly raised that calamity and destroyed the entire world. This was the true enemy of the Tang dynasty, the public enemy of the entire world. When a newborn tiger is born, it cannot lightly roar. When a young eagle first cries, it cannot lightly soar. Whether it was deflecting blade manner or the spirit vein, Wang Chong had spent an enormous amount of time and energy on them. It had not been easy for him to obtain these factions and these subordinates. Before they had truly matured, he should not have lightly moved against them. But if he could destroy that person, Wang Chong was willing to use all of this to exchange for it. Wang Chong had never known where those otherworldly invaders had come from, but there was one thing that Wang Chong did know. If he could destroy that person, everything would undergo a massive change. Without this traitor of the Tang dynasty, perhaps none of this would ever happen. Yao Yuashin, I will definitely have you die. Chapter 441. The light drizzle had already turned into a torrential downpour. Gongzi, your armor. 2 Wang clan guards kneeled on the ground, one on the left and one on the right, and in their hands, they carried Wang Chong's armor forged from deep-sea Xian metal. Behind them were the guards of deflecting blade manner, their backs ramrod straight. The cavalrymen of the Zhuang clan, the steel guards of the Qi clan, the experts of the Wang clan, the retired imperial guards. All of the guards and members of the deflecting blade manner had rushed over. The atmosphere was cold and somber. Despite the torrential rain pouring down on their bodies and faces, no one moved in the slightest. Wang Chong, what's going on? The one who spoke was Marchioness Yi. With a red-tasseled spear sheathed on her back, she rode on a rouge steed and strode out of the crowd with a grim expression. She had received the news from Vermilion Bird Peak and rushed over with her men. She was good friends with Wang Chong's second sister, so she understood Wang Chong the best. A mobilization like this was definitely not normal. Marchioness Yi, do you trust me? Wang Chong didn't answer her directly. Of course. If I didn't trust you, do you think I would have rushed over? Marchioness Yi retorted furiously. What if I were to kill someone? Would you trust me unreservedly? Wang Chong turned around and asked. Marchioness Yi was taken aback. Wang Chong's face was cold and emotionless. His voice was calm, but the cold, killing intent hidden beneath the surface made even Marchioness Yi tremble. Marchioness Yi had known Wang Chong for a long time, but she had never seen Wang Chong in such a state. I trust you. Marchioness Yi suddenly smiled, but her voice was exceptionally resolute. She didn't know why Wang Chong mobilized the entire deflecting blade manor, and she didn't know who he was going to kill. But Marchioness Yi believed that Wang Chong wasn't someone who would kill the innocent. If Wang Chong wanted to kill someone, then that person must have a reason to die. Marchioness Yi's choice was to believe, not doubt. Tell me, who do you want to kill? For you to hate him so much, he must not be an ordinary person. Tell me, I'll help you kill him. Marchioness Yi swung her spear calmly and confidently. The torrential rain struck against his armor, producing metallic clanging sounds. Looking at Marchioness Yi before him, Wang Chong suddenly smiled. After more than a year of hard work, everything had paid off. As long as they were in deflecting blade manor, they would all turn up. No one asked why, and no one asked what he was doing. Just because of a single order from him, these people all came. Just like Marchioness E, she trusted him for no reason at all. At that moment, Wang Chong was touched and extremely proud. Let's move out. Donning the deep-sea Xian metal armor and helmet, Wang Chong's black cloak sliced through the rain like a sharp blade. Leading the way, Wang Chong led the group forward. 3 li later, yet another wave of steel rushed over amidst the rain. Zhao Jingdian, Sun Jiming, Chen Burang, Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, and the Imperial Army instructors who were in charge of instructing the spirit vein braved the heavy rain to catch up. Gongzi, where are we heading to? Zhao Jingdian urged his steed to catch up. Zhao Jingdian's face was grim. In this period of time, his aura had grown stronger and stronger. He had already crossed the threshold of true martial realm. A black halo of thorns shot out from under the feet of the sturdy warhorse he was riding. It vibrated in the void and produced a series of metallic roars. Do you know where the eagle is? Wang Chong did not answer. Instead, he turned to the eagle, his expression cold and somber. I've already investigated. It's in the Drunken Sparrow restaurant on Qiaolong Street. The eagle sternly said. In this period of time, he had sent out countless sparrows and eagles, turning the entire capital into his eyes and ears. This amount of time was more than enough for him to investigate the location of the incident. Let's go. Surround that place. I don't want a single person to escape. Yes, Gongzi. At the city gate, the 3 forces finally converged into a flood. The guards of the Wang clan, the guards of Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen's residence, and the experts dispatched by the various great clans, all of them were lined up in orderly ranks, silently waiting. Amidst the crowd, Luo Tong, who came from the King Song residence, stood out from the crowd. He was a stalwart figure. This was not the first time Wang Chong had worked with Luo Tong. Even in the eyes of Wang Chong's last life, this armored and towering master archer from the King of Song's residence was considered one of the best master archers. Wang Chong said nothing, only nodded, and then brushed past Luo Tong and charged into the capital. The torrential rain was getting heavier and heavier, dark clouds churning in the sky. Blazing bolts of lightning were constantly hacking through the sky like giant axes. As the lightning flashed by, the world instantly became as bright as day. The rain, the armor, the roof tiles, everything reflected the light of the lightning, and the howling of the wind, the peals of thunder, and the pitter-patter of the rain became one. There were very few people on the streets, and only the people on the buildings and roof tiles could be seen sneaking around. These were spies from the various great clans of the capital. But at this time, Wang Chong had no time to pay attention to him. The further he got into the city and the closer he got to Qiaolong Street, the tighter Wang Chong's fists clenched, his eyes turning red. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. The shouts, the sounds of fighting, the clashing of swords, all of them echoed in his ears, accompanied by the crimson hue. The memories of his last life seemed to flow uncontrollably through his mind. No one understood better than him what that name in Drunken Sparrow restaurant signified. This was a calamity for the entire Central Plains. When that person swept down from Yuzhou in the northeast, the entire Central Plains would become a sea of blood and mountains of corpses until all things withered and vanished into nothingness. His parents, his cousin, his aunt, Zhao Jingdian, the countless comrades who had fought alongside him, the seniors who had entrusted the entire Central Plains to him, and the countless common people, all of them had died because of this person. In his last life, when all this had happened, the Wang clan had declined and Wang Chong was still wandering the lands. Compared to that person who commanded the 3 regional commanders and had an incomparably glorious status, Wang Chong was just an insignificant descendant of a declining clan. Wang Chong would never forget the despair he felt when his loved ones left him. What he had failed to do in his last life, he would definitely do in this life. Anyaluoshin, I want you dead. Surging killing intent surged out of his heart, distorting even the air around him. Rumble. In the next moment, Wang Chong led the flood of steel behind him forward. Qiaolong Street was as calm as water, with only a string of red lanterns swaying in the rain under the eaves. The raindrops slapped against the lanterns. Surround this place. Not a single one of them is allowed to escape. In a flash, this peace was completely shattered. Countless armored cavalry howled out, surrounding Drunken Sparrow Restaurant tightly in the torrential rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures leaped into the air and landed on the surrounding roof tiles. Amidst the creaking sounds, the bowstrings were pulled back. Clusters of sharp arrowheads flickered with cold light as they aimed at the luxurious Drunken Sparrow Restaurant at the center from all directions. Marchioness Yi, Zhao Jingdian, Wei Anfang, Sun Jiming, Chen Burang, Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weici, everyone was staring at Drunken Sparrow Restaurant. The air exuded an icy and terrifying killing intent. At this moment, everyone knew that the person Wang Chong hated so much and needed to kill was in this restaurant. For no reason at all, everyone felt a killing intent rise in their hearts. They had known Wang Chong for so long, and Wang Chong had never been the sort of person to kill the innocent. He had also rarely felt such loathing for a person. Even when Abu Tong had provoked him and injured Chen Burang, Wang Chong had only taught him a lesson. In the end, he had still let him go. If a person could make Wang Chong feel such hatred and enmity, then that person deserved to die. Boom! In the next moment, amidst a huge rumble, a foot containing terrifying power kicked the doors of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, sending the two heavy doors flying in. Chapter 442. Buzz! Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was filled to the brim with distinguished guests. Countless who were currently toasting and exchanging cup. When the door was kicked open and sent flying in, the who in the restaurant were first stunned, then enraged. Bastard! Who goes there? Don't you know that we've already reserved this place? Are you seeking death? Get out of here, or else don't blame us for being impolite. Like a pride of enraged lions, the countless who cursed and cursed, their filthy words spewing forth. The who had never been so patient. With clanging sounds, many who raised their sabers and swords and charged at Wang Chong's group. But in the next moment, all the footsteps came to a sudden halt. Because they realized that there were even more people charging in than they were. Kill them all. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Chong strode in through the rain. His voice was cold and brimming with a somber tone. Rainwater poured through the chinks in his armor, seeping through his shoulders, arms and chest, and then flowing out of his boots in small rivulets. At this moment, Wang Chong was callous to the extreme. No one had ever seen this sort of aura before. Young master? Up ahead, Wei Anfang and the others, who had already charged into the restaurant, turned their heads in shock. Killing so many people in the capital was no small matter. But Wang Chong's cold face was devoid of emotion. Move. With this order, the Qi clan's steel guards and Wang clan's guards surged forward like tigers charging into a pack of wolves. The Qi clan's steel guards and the Wang clan's guards had all come from the battlefield. A soldier's duty was to obey orders, and a military order was like a falling mountain. As long as there was an order, whether it was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, they would advance without hesitation. In this aspect, they were completely different from the students of Deflecting Blade Manor, whose hands had never been stained with blood. Rumble! All the guards of the Zhuang clan, the guards of Deflecting Blade Manor, and the experts of the Wang clan had come prepared. Clad in armor and wielding sabers and axes, they charged into Drunken Sparrow Restaurant like a torrent of steel. Cold glints flickered in the air, and then ruthlessly slashed into the crowd. Blood splattered and screams filled the air. In a single clash, 10 some who had been sent flying. Kill them! They actually dared to attack us. Countless who roared. At Wang Liang's gathering, there were quite a few guards at his side. Together with the sailors, this was an enormous number. Under normal circumstances, no one could bully them. At first, Wang Chong found it strange that Wang Liang had been injured. But when he saw the situation inside Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, Wang Chong knew. Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was one of the largest restaurants in the capital, and more than 100 who had gathered here. Moreover, these people were all strong and had weapons. There were no weaklings at all. The people at Wang Liang's side were not enough to deal with them. Alas, they had run into Wang Chong, who had come prepared. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Wang Chong's voice was callous and somber. Righteousness does not wield wealth, benevolence does not command soldiers. This was his true self. In the 39th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, this should be the first time he entered the capital. At this time, he's already begun to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Wang Chong's gaze was like lightning as he scanned his surroundings, his mind extremely calm. The Hu in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant were dressed in all sorts of clothing. Wang Chong had even seen some of them at Big Golden Tooth's place. Wang Chong was well aware that these were not the Hu of the border, but the Hu merchants and guards of the capital. In the hinterland of the Tang dynasty, it was innately easy for Hu to interact with one another. And that person was even more skilled at making friends and winning over others. His ability to do so was unparalleled in the world. In that calamity that had swept down from Yuzhou in the northeast, even the Han had been won over, let alone the Hu. As expected, these people had all been won over by him. And in the future, these people would be the source of the world's chaos and disaster. Wang Liang had only inadvertently run into them gathering here to win over their hearts. No matter what, these people could not be allowed to remain. Everyone else follow me. After leaving behind enough people to deal with the Hu martial artists on the first floor, Wang Chong's expression was cold as he led the rest of the crowd to the second floor. Wang Chong had traveled as fast as a shooting star when he arrived, but now that he was inside Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, his steps became slower and his expression more and more calm. When a tiger pounced, its feet would become softer and its movements more and more silent. When a crocodile hunted, the water would become calmer and the surroundings more and more quiet. After half a lifetime as a soldier, Wang Chong had long ago developed the ability to remain calm at crucial moments. Only by having a heart as still as water could one remain calm, and only by remaining calm could one not slip up. Whoosh! The commotion on the first floor had already alarmed the people on the second floor. As Wang Chong walked up the stairs, the second floor of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was already in an uproar. Countless sabers and swords were unsheathed, the sound of metal clanging against metal. There was also a sharp aura, accompanied by the stench of battle and blood, shooting down through the wooden planks. Wang Chong was no stranger to this sort of aura. This was the aura of a soldier, and one that had been seasoned on the battlefield, elite soldiers who had seen blood. Just who are you people? As Wang Chong's group stepped onto the stairs of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant's second floor, cold light flashed as countless figures began to surround them. Unlike the Hu on the first floor, the Hu on the second floor were all dressed in armor, all of them well-trained and extremely formidable. Behind these people was a middle-aged Hu leader in his 30s, with a hawkish nose, deep eyes, and a well-built body. However, he exuded a rare scholarly aura. He was currently staring at Wang Chong, his face ashen. Unlike the Hu on the first floor, this middle-aged Hu spoke in the Han language, and each of his words was articulate. Let alone the Hu, even Wang Chong had rarely heard of this among the Han. On the two sides of this middle-aged Hu, the other two Hu leaders were also looking at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's gaze did not linger on the others, but on the slightly plump and not very tall Hu leader in the middle of the three. Warning! User has encountered a fated enemy ahead of time. This world will undergo a massive transformation. User will sense the hostility of the world's energy, and the activation of the world constraint will be brought forward. Remaining time, 6 months. User's actions will place himself in danger. Any drastic change in the fate of the world will increase user's chances of death. Because of users' actions, the fated enemy will receive the protection of the world's will. The fated enemy will have an increased chance of survival, while users' chances of failure will increase. In the future, every time user meets the target, the blessing of the world will increase. Note: when user successfully kills the target fated enemy, user will receive an additional reward. The more blessing the fated enemy receives from the world, the greater the reward for user to forcefully kill it. Current reward: 400 points. The moment Wang Chong turned his head, the Stone of Destiny's voice rang out in his mind, brimming with danger and warnings. But he turned a deaf ear to them. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Wang Chong's eyes were bloodshot, and all his attention was focused on the slightly plump figure standing next to him. Kong Yaluoshan. Whether he was called Kong Yaluoshan or An Yaluoshan, or even if he had changed his surname, whether it was in this life, the last life, or the reincarnation of countless lives, Wang Chong would never forget this face in front of him. How many years had it been? After so many years, he had finally met this person again. This person whom he had wanted to grind to ashes countless times. The Kong Yaluoshan before him was not as fat as he had been in the future, and Wang Chong had never seen him so young. But even though his face was young, Wang Chong had recognized him at a glance. "I've finally found you." Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes turning even redder. Fate had countless turning points. If one used them well, one could completely change one's fate and that of the world. Vast Crane Pavilion was the turning point of the Wang clan's fate, so by infuriating Yao Feng, he had changed the fate of the entire Wang clan. The Consort Taijin incident was the turning point of the King of Song's fate. By changing the King of Song's attitude toward Consort Taijin, he had naturally changed the King of Song's fate. And Kong Yaluoshan was unquestionably the turning point of the fate of the entire world and the billions of people living in it. In his last life, he had spent more than 30 years to kill Kong Yaluoshan, but by that time it was already too late. And this was unquestionably his greatest opportunity. Wang Chong had not expected that his cousin Wang Liang's injury would lead him to the greatest foe of his life. If his guess was right, this was the first time Kong Yaluoshan had entered the capital. The current him was far from being as powerful as he had been in his last life. He also didn't have as many guards at his side, and he certainly didn't have those foreign invaders at his disposal. This was unquestionably an important turning point. If he could successfully kill him, Wang Chong was sure that the fate of the world would undergo a massive change. He would no longer need to spend 30 years to complete his mission like he had in the past. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. "Kill him!" Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he stepped forward with his right foot. As everyone watched, he suddenly pointed a finger at the slightly plump, silent, and unremarkable figure next to the middle-aged Hu leader. "Wait a moment, just who are you?" The scholarly middle-aged Hu leader was enraged and wanted to shout at Wang Chong to stop. Even now, he still didn't know what was going on. These Han had charged in and killed anyone they saw. Although he wasn't afraid of slaughter, he still had to be a sensible person. But Wang Chong had no intention of paying any attention to him. Since Kong Yaluoshan had appeared here, the other two Hu leaders were probably the foreign brothers. Although he didn't know why only 3 of the foreign brothers had appeared here, this was no longer what Wang Chong was concerned about. Although the collapse of a great building was partly due to the erosion of wind and rain, its collapse would inevitably begin with the decay of its foundation. Uzan might be strong, Arabia might be powerful, but no matter how many experts looked at them, they could not compare to the erosion from within. In the future, when Kong Yaluoshan led the rebel army south, the An brothers would be one of them. Boom! They didn't care about the Hu across from Wang Chong. Killing one person was killing 100 was also killing. When Wang Chong gave the order, they would carry it out. The deflecting blade manor, the spirit vein, the Wang clan, and the experts of the various clans added together formed a force that no one could underestimate. Boom! In a flash of light, a fiery red cloud howled out from behind Wang Chong, instantly plunging into the dense ranks of Hu experts. The crimson spear of flames, Zhao Yadong. At this moment, the first person to support Wang Chong was none other than the daughter of the Zhao clan that Wang Chong had encountered on his training mission, Zhao Yadong. As a companion who had gone through thick and thin with Wang Chong, Zhao Yadong had never seen Wang Chong hate a person so much. Unlike others, Zhao Yadong did not have such complicated thoughts. Since Wang Chong wanted to kill a person, she would help him. There was no why or what to do afterwards. Some people were born to be companions and did not need to ask for reasons. Trust was trust. Since Wang Chong wanted to kill a person, that person absolutely deserved to die. Boom! Halos rumbled and stellar energy exploded. The second person to follow Zhao Yadong was not Bai Siling of the Bai clan, Su Gan of the Su clan, or Fang Xianying, but Huang Qianer of the Huang clan. This renowned fairy of dainty hands was drenched in sweat, but her eyes shone brightly, and her expression was as proud as ever. A man's promise was worth 1,000 taels of gold, and a woman's promise was no less than a man's. Since she had promised the Huang clan to serve and follow Wang Chong, she, Huang Qianer, would fulfill her promise to the end. Boom! There seemed to be a clap of thunder in the air, as Huang Qianer suddenly appeared in the crowd like a phantom. The 5 fingers on her right hand glowed with a yellow jade-like radiance, and with a single strike, Huang Qianer shattered the halo of thorns and stellar energy of a true martial realm Hu expert. Her slender fingers pressed against the man's chest, instantly shattering his armor and splattering blood. Although the Hu expert had done his best to resist, he was still sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Huang Qianer's strength was so great that she even sent 3 nearby Hu warriors flying. While they were still in the air, Huang Qianer's tyrannical strength had already shattered their internal organs. Before they could even land, they were already corpses. Attack! Kill them! And Wenjin was furious. Of the 3, he was the oldest and had the highest status, so he was the one who had hosted this gathering. He had not expected to encounter such a problem. Don't hold back. If anything happens, blame it on me. And Wenjin was also furious. So what if they were at the feet of the Son of Heaven? Since these people dared to attack him, then no matter where they came from, only death awaited them. Since he had already taught them a lesson today, there was no harm in killing them again. If anyone was blind and wanted to bully them just because they were barbarians, they would only be thinking themselves clever and courting death. He didn't care about the other Hu, but in the capital, there was nothing that the brothers, generals, and 2 protector generals couldn't handle. Chapter 443. But Wenjin's viciousness didn't last for long. In the next moment, he heard the twanging of arrows. Not even the storm outside could drown out the shrill whistling of the arrows. Xiu xiu xiu. Hundreds upon thousands of arrows, each imbued with immense strength, flew in from all directions like a swarm of locusts. Boom! 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 With a series of loud noises, the sharp arrows pierced through the wall, creating holes that looked like honeycombs as they shot out from all directions. Ah! Screams of agony filled the air. All of the Hu's attention was focused on Wang Chong and the others, so they didn't expect the fatal attack to come from behind. At such a close distance, it was impossible to stop the arrows from piercing through the walls. In just an instant, more than half of the Hu were either killed or injured by the arrows. The archers that Wang Chong had brought with him were all master archers, and every single one of their bows was imbued with destructive stellar energy. When the arrows pierced through their chests, they even sent their bodies flying, nailing them to the ground. Even though some of the more powerful Hu experts had stellar energy protecting them and managed to knock away 1 or 2 arrows, their stellar energy was still scattered by the dense barrage of arrows. They only managed to last for a few moments before the arrows pierced through their chests and heads. Blood gushed out like a river, seeping through the floor and flowing to the lower floors. The Who on the first floor were horrified. Damn it! Master archers! He actually brought master archers! Go! Hurry! And Wenjin's face paled. Including the Who experts that had been invited from the capital, there were more than 100 of them in this gathering, and they were all experts at true martial realm or above. There were even quite a few experts who were close to profound martial realm. The Who were known for their ferocious nature, and they were skilled fighters. And Wenjin had thought that the strength of the Who would allow them to do as they pleased in the capital. He didn't think that he would encounter this ferocious youth of unknown origins. And Wenjin knew that the strength of a master archer wasn't something that any ordinary person could deal with, and not even the great clans could deal with them. The youth before him definitely had an extraordinary background. More importantly, he had more people than he did. Ha ha ha, you think you can leave? Right after the first volley of arrows, a burst of laughter in Who came from outside Drunken Sparrow restaurant. This laughter was like thunder, mingling with the wind and rain. Although it was spoken in Who, its pronunciation was perfect. It was none other than the invincible great General Li Sai. Li Sai had set his sights on the western regions, so he had long ago learned the Who language. The conversation of the Who was no secret to his ears. Boom! An earth-shattering bang rang out, and before the sound faded away, an enchanting figure smashed through the wall of Drunken Sparrow restaurant, creating an enormous human-shaped hole as he barged in from the southeast direction. Behind this person was a massive Wootz steel sword that was even taller than a grown man. It was extremely striking. Bzzz. The moment he appeared, Li Sai attacked. Rumble. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an aura that caused one's scalp to go numb suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. The sky darkened, and the entire inn was suddenly plunged into endless darkness. Following which, a huge saber chi over 30 zhang long, majestic and incomparably dazzling, slashed down from the sky like a fiend god. Boom! The massive Drunken Sparrow restaurant was cleaved in two by this terrifying strength like it was made of paper. This saber not only cleaved through the entire restaurant, but also all the Who on the second floor. Screams, the shattering of wooden boards, and the shattering of tables and chairs merged into one. And Wenjin, standing in the direction of the saber energy, was sent flying by the saber energy, blood spurting out of his body. Profound martial realm expert. And Wenjin screamed, his mind reeling in shock. The Yin clan had always been a clan of Turkic generals and scholars. It was only because they had been ostracized and massacred by the other Turkic tribes that they had submitted to the Tang dynasty. Even so, the inheritance of the Yin clan's martial arts still existed. This was evident from the fact that An Wenjin had reached Tier 9 of the true martial realm. This was an important reason why he was the leader of today's gathering. And to shatter his protective stellar energy with a single saber strike and easily defeat him, the opponent had to be at least a profound martial realm expert, and at least a Tier 5 profound martial realm expert. Just where did this youth come from? As he was sent flying, An Wenjin's mind was filled with shock, and this was the only thought left in his mind. He could put aside the vast numbers of true martial realm experts, but high-tier profound martial realm experts were proud and arrogant. Each one of them had a powerful background and would not easily submit to another. Subduing a profound martial realm expert was not something an ordinary clan or faction could accomplish. But An Wenjin still had no idea how he had offended this person. All of this was like a nightmare, a disaster that had come out of nowhere. Boom! In the restaurant, seeing the strongest of them, An Wenjin, sent flying by a single saber strike and the massive restaurant cleaved in two, the ferocious Who instantly lost their will to fight. Run! In an instant, all the surviving Who experts shot out of the cracked tavern, fleeing in all directions through the rain. The eagle, kill him! Wind and rain poured in and thunder boomed in his ears. Wang Chang's eyes were like lightning, and he paid no attention to the other Who. His gaze was locked onto the chubby figure that was fleeing the furthest 10-some zhang away. Whether it was in his last life or this one, whether he had grown his wings or not, Kong Yaluoshan had always been slippery. He would act according to the situation, and if something went wrong, he would always be the one to flee the fastest and the furthest. Alas, Wang Chong had come for him this time. No matter how crafty he was, he would never be able to escape. Buzz! Several dozen zhang away, the chubby figure seemed to hear a voice, and his body suddenly froze. But then, he picked up speed, charging toward a warhorse in the rain. At the same time, a figure like a giant eagle drew an arc in the air and descended from the night sky. It was the pursuing the eagle. But the eagle was fast, and there was a figure even faster than the eagle. Rumble! There was a flash of light, and the scene from before appeared once again. A majestic saber chi was vast and powerful, and it was incredibly dazzling. It suddenly tore through the void, and although it was launched later, it arrived first, slashing down towards the slightly plump figure in the distance. At the crucial moment, Li Sai had finally struck. In this operation, Wang Chong's greatest reliance was Li Sai. But Li Sai had never seen an Yaluoshan before. He had originally believed that the strongest person in the room with the strongest aura was Wang Chong's target, but it now appeared that this was not the case. But even if he killed the wrong target, it would have no effect on a person like Li Sai. Not even the strongest of the Hu and Wenjin was a match for him, let alone the even weaker an Yaluoshan. Boom! In the darkness, the saber energy tore through the air. Just when Wang Chong was about to relax, something completely unexpected occurred. Boom! The world suddenly lit up. Before everyone's eyes, a blazing bolt of lightning zigzagged and suddenly struck down from the dark clouds. It struck Li Sai's saber light without any deviation. This strike not only scattered Li Sai's saber energy, but the tyrannical lightning even followed the saber energy to strike the leaping invincible great general Li Sai. Ah! Li Sai yelled as he was sent flying along with his saber. How could this be? Wang Chong's pupils constricted, not daring to believe his eyes. Although it was a thunderstorm, this lightning bolt had been far too sudden. In truth, it wasn't just Wang Chong. Everyone else, including the Hu, was dumbfounded by this sight. Boom! A massive boom quickly roused the crowd from their stupor. Several dozen zhang away, in the middle of the torrential rain, a spear was thrust into the ground, the end of the spear buzzing and trembling. The eagle had attacked Li Sai with its tail between its jaws. But the eagle's attack still missed. In a flash, an Yaluoshan used a strange footwork technique that no one had ever seen before. His body twisted in an M-shaped trajectory, barely dodging the eagle's determined strike. After successfully dodging twice, an Yaluoshan once more charged out. But the eagle's interference caused an Yaluoshan's speed to inevitably slow. Humph! A cold snort came from behind him. The moment an Yaluoshan's speed slowed, Wang Chong leaped into the air and immediately attacked, using the leaping dragon art. Bzzz. In the darkness, Wang Chong seemed to be flung into the air by some invisible force. After several flips, he soared several dozen zhang into the air. Luo Tong. Wang Chong's voice resounded through the night sky. Twang. The bowstring exploded like a clap of thunder in the middle of the day. In an instant, several sharp arrows shot out like lightning bolts, piercing through the rain and the storm with the speed of a thunderbolt toward the distant an Yaluoshan. Luo Tong's archery was otherworldly, and none of his arrows missed their mark. Wang Chong had already seen his prowess when he was surrounding the Gogrian assassins. He could kill a true martial realm expert with each arrow. All of the targets fell to the ground in response. Within 200 meters, Luo Tong's arrows had never missed their mark, let alone at such a close distance. But something astonishing happened once more. And Yaluoshan's ears twitched as if he had already expected this. Just as the bowstring vibrated, he suddenly rolled on the ground. Without even turning his head, He flipped a few times in the rain, sticking close to the ground. The 6 arrows all landed on the ground behind him, but Enyaluoshan, covered in mud, got up from the ground and began to leave. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, he had once more successfully escaped. How is this possible? On the distant roof, Luo Tong held his bow with both hands, his entire body covered in armor. His sturdy bronze armor made him seem like a god of war in the rain. But Luo Tong, who had always seemed like a god of war, now had none of his usual composure. It wasn't that Luo Tong had never encountered a formidable opponent before. If one was strong enough, they were completely capable of scattering his arrows, but that was completely different from the person before him. There was only one kind of person who could escape his arrow attack in that manner with their back to him. A master archer. Chapter 444. Only a master archer had the best understanding of a master archer. Only a master archer could determine the direction, distance, and position of an incoming arrow through the twang of the bowstring. The best master archers didn't even need to hear the twang of the bowstring. Experts who had immersed themselves in the art of archery were extremely sensitive to being aimed at. As long as an arrow was aimed at them, they could immediately sense it, even if they were very far away. This was the so-called intuition of archery. It had been a long time since Luo Tong had encountered such a formidable archery master to be able to dodge his determined arrow in the pouring rain without even turning his head. Flap, flap. The torrential downpour blotted out the sun, striking the eaves, stone slabs, armor, and sabers like metal pellet. Wang Chong had no time to worry about Luo Tong at this time. Although Luo Tong's missed attack was rather surprising, Wang Chong was not very surprised. Enyaluoshan had always been an expert archer on the border between the Hu and Han, able to ride a horse and shoot with both hands. Even the master archers of the Turks, and who admired his talent in archery, let alone others. But no matter how accomplished he was in archery, he had to die today. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, illuminating the world and also illuminating Wang Chong, who had climbed to the highest point in the sky. Whoosh! A white wave of rain was flung out by Wang Chong's sword. A moment later, fierce winds began to blow and spiritual energy surged in from all around, forming a massive spiritual vortex at Wang Chong's side. On the other hand, Wang Chong was one with his sword. Wrapped in the boundless spiritual energy, he descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, head down and feet up. The leaping dragon art was slow in rising into the sky, but it was fast in descending. As it descended, it was like a bolt of lightning, its speed peerless. Boom! In the rain, a blurry black line descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the distant Enyaluoshan. Ong! Nothing could be seen in the gloom, but countless dragons were roaring in the void, and even the dense sound of the torrential rain could not drown them out. Wang Chong, who was at Tier 3 of the true martial realm, directly possessed the strength of the peak of Tier 5 of the true martial realm with the help of the leaping dragon technique, and the indestructible Wuzi steel sword and the aura piercer. He had exchanged allowed Wang Chong to directly possess the strength to threaten experts at Tier 6, or even Tier 7 of the true martial realm. As for Enyaluoshan, he had been using a technique to dodge the attacks of Eagle and Luo Tong, and he was also fleeing as quickly as he could. At this point, he couldn't help but have a small gap in his energy. Enyaluoshan, stay behind. Wang Chong held the Wuzi steel sword tightly. His head was facing downwards and his feet were facing upwards. His body and sword had become one, and he let out a deafening roar in his heart. The current Enyaluoshan was still far from being as formidable as he had been in the future. The moment Wang Chong had entered Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, he had sensed that Enyaluoshan's cultivation could not surpass true martial Tier 7. He was already within the range of his technique. Wang Chong didn't even need to kill him. All he needed to do was hold him down and slow him down. Then, the experts from Deflecting Blade Manor, the Spirit Vein Mountain, and the great clans would be able to surround him. No matter how capable Enyaluoshan was, he would find it hard to escape even if he grew wings. Boom! In the next moment, something completely unexpected occurred. Just as Wang Chong was about 3 feet away from Enyaluoshan's back, a strange phenomenon occurred. The air surged and a majestic energy imbued with the might of the world suddenly swept out from the depths of spacetime to stand between Wang Chong and Enyaluoshan. Boom! As if he had crashed into an invisible wall of energy, Wang Chong's thunderous attack was blocked by this invisible wall of energy. And the raging energy of the world in the wall of energy had sent Wang Chong flying, accompanied by a storm of wind and rain. Bang! The moment he was sent flying, Wang Chong's heart was filled with shock. How is this possible? Wang Chong's mind was in complete disarray. At that moment, he had clearly seen Enyaluoshan turn his head to glance at him. His expression was just as shocked and confused as his own. Pring! His body rolled a few times on the ground, his armor hitting against the ground continuously. Wang Chong stood up from the ground, his entire body like a wooden chicken, still reeling from that massive shock. The moment he was sent flying, Wang Chong could clearly sense that a vast energy had suddenly erupted from the depths of spacetime to stop him. This energy was vast and majestic, like the world itself. It had already far surpassed the limits of the true martial realm. It was not something that someone of Enyaluoshan's level could erupt with. It felt like an invisible and powerful existence had suddenly taken action to stop him. Damn it! As a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, Wang Chong suddenly recalled that before he attacked, he had heard a string of voices in his mind. Because of user's actions, the fated enemy will receive the protection of the world's energy. The chances of the fated enemy surviving have been increased, while the chances of user failing have been increased. In the future, every time user meets the target will receive an increase in the world's blessing. Could it be that I have no way of killing Enyaluoshan? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind. As someone who had come back from the dead, Wang Chong's path was completely incompatible with this world. It simply could not be allowed to exist in this normal world. From the moment he had reincarnated, Wang Chong had already sensed the restraining and repulsive force of this world. But Wang Chong had never imagined that this repulsive force would be so powerful. It could not only repel him, but also increase the strength of important targets to stop him. Changing fate was no easy task. In the fate of this world, Enyaluoshan undoubtedly occupied an extremely important position. It could even be said that no one was more important than him. If one could successfully kill him, erase him before he had made a name for himself and succeeded in his rebellion, then the fate and history of this world would undoubtedly change. If Enyaluoshan died now, no one would rise up in Yuzhou, and the Tang dynasty would not collapse from within. Without Enyaluoshan, no one would summon the invading armies from the other side, and the central plains would not have fallen and been destroyed. These would have been 2 completely different worlds. It wasn't as if Wang Chong had never changed history or fate. The fate of the King of Song and the fate of his clan had all been changed. But none of those changes could compare to what was happening now. This was no longer just a change for one prince or one clan. It involved all the living beings of the world, the millions upon millions of people, and the survival of countless empires. This change was so massive that for the first time, Wang Chong felt the energy of the world directly interfering with him. No, not just interfering, the energy of the world was even directly increasing Enyaluoshan's strength. This was the so-called blessing. Is it too early? Is it because Enyaluoshan still hasn't completed his mission that this phenomenon is occurring? Wang Chong's mind suddenly became clear. As a person who had died once, as a soul that had reincarnated in this world and never existed, this was something that only Wang Chong could encounter. But not only was the killing intent in Wang Chong's heart not extinguished, it only intensified and became more determined. So what if the world is interfering? Even if the entire world is protecting you, I still want you dead? Wang Chong clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He raised his head once more, and in the darkness, Wang Chong's eyes once more exploded with a frightening cold light. Not good. He's going to escape. Hurry and stop him. Nay! He still has other preparations. Ah! It's the divine Fergana horse. The heavy rain poured down, drenching everyone. The area around Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was in chaos. A bolt of lightning flashed through the clouds, and at that moment, everyone could clearly see that beneath the lightning, a tall, muscular, and blood-soaked divine steed had heard the whistle and was charging toward the restaurant. And Yaoyuan only needed a flip to mount the divine Fergana horse and gallop into the darkness, soon vanishing. Everyone, follow me! Almost at the same time Yaoyuan rode off on his Fergana steed. He heard the clattering of hooves on the stone floor as he gave chase. Riding on the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong chased through the dense rain, not letting up. Only the white-hoofed shadow at Wang Chong's side could catch up to Yaoyuan's foreign Fergana horse. Bang! The clattering of metal resounded through the air. As he pursued, Wang Chong immediately released his halo of Dusk Stallion. The halo of Dusk Stallion vibrated, causing the surrounding rain to explode. This light not only shrouded Wang Chong's feet, but also spread to the feet of all the people around Drunken Sparrow Restaurant. At this moment, everyone's speed, strength, and dexterity were all boosted. Catch, young master! In the darkness, the eagle bellowed. He was the first to mount a large horse and gallop away. Next, Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, Wei Anfang, Marchioness Yi, and the others gave chase. No one knew why Wang Chong was so relentless in his pursuit of that Hu. But at this moment, there was no question that Wang Chong's will was the will of all of them. No matter what he wanted to do, all of them would unconditionally obey. Rumble! The earth quaked, and for the first time, the clattering of hooves drowned out the rumbling of the rain and thunder. In a flash of lightning, countless cavalry transformed into a flood of steel in pursuit. The rain was getting heavier and denser. Wave after wave of lightning seemed intent on cleaving apart the world. It was not yet nightfall, but the dense black clouds in the sky had already dyed the world into darkness. An uneasy aura was spreading through the world. In the past, the dogs would not stop barking at the slightest movement. At this time, they also felt something and let out uneasy whines, but they did not bark. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, its dazzling light like a river hanging upside down in the sky. This dazzling river illuminated the rumbling earth, the trembling roof tiles and the stone streets, the galloping Fergana horse, and the seemingly plump but actually muscular Hu on its back. This was a Hu of around 28 or 29. He had hawk-like eyes, a high nose, a square face, and a full beard. This sort of appearance was far too common among the frontier Hu. Chapter 445. Just what's going on here? The torrential rain pelted down on his face like lead pellet. As Yaoyuan galloped through the rain, his horse left a long trail of white water behind him. The galloping of hooves behind him continued without end, each sound hammering against Yaoyuan's heart. It had been a long time since Yaoyuan had experienced the feeling of being pursued. This group of people was menacing and vicious to the extreme, and Yaoyuan was well aware that if they caught up to him or delayed him in the slightest, only death would await him. This intense sense of danger made Yaoyuan's scalp go numb and his entire body feel like it was about to explode. The divine Fergana horse he had obtained from Yuzhou was already moving at its fastest speed, but Yaoyuan didn't feel the slightest bit of distance between them. There was no doubt that this opponent's steed was of the same level as his. This made Yaoyuan feel even more uneasy. But all this danger and unease could not compare to a single thought in Yaoyuan's mind. Just why was this happening? There were so many people in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, so why was that Han youth from the capital only targeting him? He was also the least famous of the foreign brothers, so why was everyone else ignoring him and only chasing him? More importantly, Yaluoshin couldn't understand. From Yuzhou to here, he had always been low-key, obedient, and lived with his tail between his legs. He had never done anything that was out of line. Why was that youth ignoring everyone else and only bringing so many people to chase him? And Yaluoshin knew that he had never met this youth, so he naturally didn't have any grudges with him. But those hateful, bloodshot eyes wouldn't lie. For a moment, Yaluoshin had to admit that he had been frightened. This was no longer some ordinary loathing or hatred. It was a blood feud. Thus, the moment his sworn brother Anwunjin had been cut down, Yaluoshin had immediately fled. He had a very bad feeling. If he had been just a little slower, he would have never been able to escape. Just who is that youth? Just when did I have a grudge with him? Yuzhou? Impossible. The youths of the capital are all soft and tender. They would never go to such a remote place. Besides, given their status, who would dare to deal with them? Could it be the capital? Impossible. This is the first time I've entered the capital. If I've seen him before, there's no way I wouldn't know, and I wouldn't be hunted down for no reason. And Yaluoshin leaned against the back of his horse, his breathing ragged, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Perhaps it was because he had escaped too many times and was chased by that person too many times. After a long period of apprehension, Yaluoshin realized that he was now extremely skilled at escaping from all sorts of dire situations. Behind him, the galloping of hooves stirred up a waterfall of rain and splashing water. The soul-stirring clanging caused Yaluoshin's brows to wildly rise and his heart to tremble. And Yaluoshin could completely imagine the cold face of that youth behind him, his cold and blood-red eyes, even the sound of his breathing. He was already very close to her, but Yaluoshin didn't even dare to turn his head. An unreasonable pursuit, a ruthless and thunderous method, and that pair of blood-red eyes filled with hatred. And Yaluoshin had never imagined that there was another person besides that person who could make him so panicked. More importantly, Yaluoshin still had no idea where all this had come from. Could it be because of that person? And Yaluoshin suddenly recalled the group of Han that he had driven out of Drunken Sparrow restaurant. That group of people had come from all sorts of backgrounds, but a significant portion of them had been sailors. When they had attacked, that group of people had shouted that the young man leading them was from the capital's Wang clan. At the time, Anwunjin had easily interrupted them. Anwunjin had only said one thing. The Wang clan was a top-class clan of the capital. If they were having a gathering, how could they not reserve the entire place and even have a banquet with these people? It had to be fake. And then he had beaten those people until their bones were broken. At the time, those people had been extremely agitated, saying that they would definitely regret it. After thinking it over, Yaluoshin could only think of this matter. But even so, this matter had nothing to do with him. The one who had done it was Anwunjin, and he had nothing to do with it. Even if that youth wanted to find someone, he should have found Anwunjin and the others, not him. I'll first go to the relay station in the western part of the city. That's the safest place right now. All these thoughts flashed through his mind. And Yaluoshin suddenly squeezed his horse's abdomen and galloped away. In the darkness, torrential rain poured down and lightning flashed, illuminating two groups of people. Wang Chong lay on his horse, his lips tightly clenched, his body motionless. Behind him, though there was the thundering of hooves, there was also no sound. The silence at this moment was far more soul-stirring than if there was any sound. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape the capital. Wang Chong stared ahead. The capital was a cage. He had come from the city gate, and the city gate was right behind him. No matter where Yaluoshin ran, as long as he didn't run out of the city gate, he would never be able to escape. No, even if Yaluoshin ran out of the city gate, he still wouldn't be able to escape. In his last life, He had spent 35 years in the Central Plains, but he had still not been able to save it from its fate of destruction. In this life of the Central Plains, Wang Chong had already made the preparations to spend an enormous amount of time and effort. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the heavens would send him such a good opportunity through the hands of fate. And Yaluoshan had actually come alone from the distant Yuzhou to the capital, right in front of him. Never before had Wang Chong felt that he was so close to success, so close to completing his mission. It was no longer right in front of his eyes, but within his reach. As long as he succeeded in killing Yaluoshan, fate would undergo an inconceivable reversal. Of the countless possibilities of fate, this was undoubtedly the easiest and also the one that required the least price. The current Yaluoshan was too weak, completely unable to compare to that ambitious and ruthless character of his future life, the supreme villain. Wang Chong was well aware that if he missed this chance, he would definitely regret it, because at that time, he would never be able to so easily gain the upper hand. Rumble! Wang Chong couldn't see what was behind him, but he could sense that more and more people were joining in. The Wang clan's enormous influence in the capital was being displayed. Wang Chong was well aware that these people were not from Deflecting Blade Manor or the Spirit Vein Mountain, nor were they even from the Wang clan. As an illustrious clan of ministers and generals that could stand on equal footing with the Yao clan, an existence that even King Qi had to pay attention to, with the help of Wang Chong, the Qilin son of the Wang clan was displaying its enormous influence. The Wang clan was like an enormous beast hiding beneath the surface of the water, possessing boundless power. It was just that the Wang clan's modesty, and low-profile style limited this power. This restriction did not come from Wang Yen or Wang Chong, nor did it come from Wang Chong's big uncle. Rather, it came from Wang Chong's grandfather, Duke Jiu Wang Jiuling, who was revered by the entire world. Duke Jiu was incorruptible, thrifty, and disciplined, and he demanded the same of his children. So much so that the entire Wang clan was like this. However, although this established the Wang family's moral reputation, it also limited the Wang family's power. It was said that success came from Xiao He, and defeat came from Xiao He. Wang Chong's grandfather had once been a prime minister, and he had worked hard to reverse the tides of the imperial court and pacify the chaos. He had also fought against the Turks and the Khitans, and together with his majesty and his ministers, they had created the golden age of the Tang dynasty. This was the source of the Wang clan's strength. But at the same time, Wang Chong's grandfather's cultivation of character also limited the Wang clan's strength. But not even Wang Chong's grandfather could have imagined that a variable like Wang Chong would eventually appear in the Wang clan. His appearance had completely broken the rules set down by the Wang clan. Most importantly, the excellence he had displayed had won the approval of the Wang clan's old master. Kri. In the middle of the chase, a shrill cry came from up ahead. In the gloomy sky and the torrential rain, Yaluoshan suddenly galloped his horse around the corner of an alley and behind a wall, vanishing. At this sight, Wang Chong's pupils constricted and his horse suddenly slowed down. But without much hesitation, Wang Chong and his horse did not walk through the gate, but charged straight at the high wall. Boom! Countless bricks mixed with the rain shot out for 50 zhang. As the high wall collapsed, Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow out from behind it. Buzz! In a flash, Wang Chong stopped. 40-some zhang from Wang Chong was a row of towering courtyards, and in front of this courtyard stood 60 to 70 muscular figures on war horses, armed with armor and wielding weapons. These 60 to 70 figures were Hu, Han, Khitans, and even Uzun. The torrential rain fell on their bodies, but these people remained motionless. As the rain fell into their eyes, they did not even blink. Crackle! A blazing bolt of lightning flashed over the courtyard, illuminating the world and also illuminating those wolf-like wild gazes in front of the courtyard. These stalwart figures stood on the battlefield of the army, the green flame spear emblazoned on their armor the most striking symbol of the Anong Protectorate. Yuzhou soldiers! Wang Chong immediately calmed down. The figures in the courtyard all had vigorous auras, each of them at the true martial realm, and a few of them faintly exuded the aura of the profound martial realm. This was not a level that any ordinary elite force could reach. At this moment, Wang Chong knew that he had made a mistake. And Yaoyuan had definitely not come alone. At his side were the elite soldiers of the Anong Protectorate. Humph, it seems like all the rebels and traitors of the Tang dynasty have come. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes turning even redder. The sudden appearance of these 60 to 70 powerful figures had not only failed to extinguish his killing intent, it had even stimulated it. Yuzhou was a land of both foreigners and Han. It gave birth to the most valiant warriors, but it also gave birth to the greatest number of rebels and traitors. The Tang dynasty was a colossus that had lasted for more than 200 years, and Yaoyuan alone could not shake it. There were many rebellious ministers around him. There was no question that these rebels were standing before him, and Yaoyuan had rushed here precisely because this group of people could protect him. Good fortune! I didn't think that all my opponents would come. And Yaoyuan, even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. Wang Chong clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even notice his nails digging into his flesh. The people he hated and wanted to kill the most in his life had all come, and all of them had appeared in front of him. Chapter 446. Boom! Brick walls shot out in all directions, and a giant figure riding a large horse smashed through the wall, following behind Wang Chong into the courtyard. Is it these people? Li Sai carried a massive Wuzi steel saber on his back. His 2-meter-tall figure made him seem like a mighty god of legends as he stood guard at Wang Chong's side. Wang Chong's white-hoofed Shadow and Yaoyuan's Fergana horse were both top-class steeds. When they galloped, they were as fast as lightning, not something a normal person could catch up to. Only Li Sai, with his powerful strength and high-level speed halo, was able to catch up without falling behind. His gigantic physique, powerful aura, as well as his high-level profound martial realm strength, was a huge shock to the underworld continent soldiers. Thus, even though Wang Chong had charged in alone, the Yuzhou soldiers did not dare to act recklessly. Just who are you people? Why are you chasing Yaoyuan? In the distance, before Wang Chong could reply, a war horse galloped through the rain to stand next to Yaoyuan and call out to Wang Chong. In the lightning, Wang Chong could clearly see that this was a Hu with an aquiline nose and deep-set eyes. Although he was a Hu, he was different from the others. He had a long and thin face, fair skin, and wavy hair, which was extremely rare among the Hu, giving him the air of a scholar. His eyes were slender and long, and when they opened and closed, they gave off the aura of a strategist. This person rode his horse to stand next to Yaoyuan, giving off the feeling that they complemented each other. Moreover, the two of them were about the same age, instantly giving off the aura of a strategist. Ashina? Huashan. A cold light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes as a thick killing intent surged through them. He recognized this Hu, even though in this world, this fair and clean Hu was still obscure and unknown, and this was his first time meeting him. But in that other world, he had seen him countless times. His name is Ashina now? But in the future, he would have an infamous Han name that would resound throughout the entire divine continent, Shur Siming. In the history of the Empire's rebellion, this person possessed a decisive power. If Yaoyuan was said to be the greatest rebel flag for the destruction of the Empire on the surface, then the latter was the greatest rebel flag behind the scenes. It was just like how Zhao Jingyan had followed and assisted him for several decades, fighting north and south, becoming his left and right arms. To Yaoyuan, Ashina? Zhao Gan was the Zhao Jingyan at his side, his left and right arms. These two people were the two biggest banners of the rebellion in the three northwestern towns. Encountering Yaoyuan at Drunken Sparrow restaurant was one thing, But Wang Chong hadn't expected that even Ashina? Dry is also here. The two biggest enemies in his previous life were both standing in front of him. Get lost, Wang Chong said coldly. The current you is not qualified to speak in front of me. You? Ashina? Dry was enraged and wanted to curse, but when he saw Li Sai standing next to Wang Chong, he restrained himself, but his eyes only grew colder. Wang Chong, the Imperial Army might arrive at any moment. Be careful not to let them escape. Li Sai suddenly whispered into Wang Chong's ear. In Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, that who had already escaped once. In the current situation, if the situation went awry, he might escape again. Moreover, an attack on the capital was no small matter. Although this sudden downpour had been a great help to Wang Chong, the Imperial Army was not dead. Once the Imperial Army arrived, the operation would be over. You don't need to worry about the Imperial Army. Wang Chong's voice was abnormally calm. In order to kill Yaluoshan, he had gone against the rules of the Wang clan and mobilized all the strength he could muster. For such a large operation, he could not leave behind any future problems. He had already sent word to the Imperial Army. With the connections that Wu Steele had established in the Imperial Army and his big uncle's influence, although Wang Chong could not control the Imperial Army, in this sort of downpour, it was completely possible for him to move the Imperial Army to other parts of the capital for 2 hours. As for escaping, relax. They won't escape. Wang Chong slowly raised his head, his gaze going past the 60 to 70 Yuzhou soldiers and the rows of courtyards to that tall black silhouette in the distance. Under the gloomy sky, the high walls of the Tang dynasty's capital were like a majestic mountain connecting the heavens and the earth. This fortress that protected the capital also blocked the retreat of Yaluoshan's group. Other than this place, they had nowhere else to retreat to. The thundering of hooves rang out in their ears. Boom boom boom. As they spoke, the walls began to crack and figure after figure rushed out. Although they were a little slow, Wang Chong's subordinates had still managed to catch up. Young master! With a clear eagle's cry, the eagle was the first to arrive from behind Li Sai. He rode his horse to Wang Chong's left and right, flanking Li Sai and protecting Wang Chong. Following him were tensome muscular men dressed in black and brimming with the aura of bandits. These were the elite leaders of the dragon bandits that Li Sai had subdued in the northwest's Chishi Desert. As the elite leaders of the gang, they were stronger and had a far higher status than the average dragon bandits member. Thus, their horses were much better and faster. My lord. The dozen or so black-clothed men broke through the courtyard wall. Without saying a word, they immediately surrounded Li Sai. Black Dragon Zhao and his dragon bandits traversed the Silk Road. The leaders under their command were all top-class elites of the Northwest, each of them an expert at Tier 8 or 9 of the true martial realm. With these people surrounding Wang Chong, Wang Chong's strength soared. And Yaluoshan and the other Yuzhou soldiers instantly had rather unsightly expressions. One Li Sai was already difficult enough for them to deal with, not to mention the addition of more than 10 top-notch experts. Yaluoshan, I'm afraid that today's matter won't end well. This brat is determined to deal with us. No gentleman can be petty, and no man can be ruthless. No matter where he came from, I'll make the first move. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, we won't have another chance. Next to him, Ashina Kue was stunned. Cui Gon's face suddenly darkened and he whispered in the Hu language. The enemy's movements were too fast. They had only hesitated for a moment because of that Xian realm expert, and in that short moment, a large number of reinforcements arrived. If they delayed any longer, all of them would die here. But if we do this, we'll also suffer grievous casualties. And Yaluoshan hesitantly said. The youth on the other side was no kind person, and that 2-meter-tall man was even more terrifying. If he could easily deal with him, he wouldn't have waited for Ashina to come. Casualties are already unavoidable. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all die here. Moreover, We don't need to kill them all. Ashina? Cui Gon glanced at Wang Chong and viciously said. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the bandit king. That brat might know many experts, but he himself isn't very strong. As long as we capture that brat, the others will be like a group of dragons without a leader. But Ashina? Before Cui Gon or Shi Siming could finish speaking, he heard the rumbling of hooves. This sound seemed to shatter the world and topple mountains. At the same time, a clear and melodious cry came from the sky. High above the clouds, a massive black eagle was unfurling its wings and fighting in the storm. As it screeched, it circled over the courtyard. In a flash, all the Yuzhou soldiers, including Enyaluoshan, paled. Both Enyaluoshan and Ashina? Cui Gon had far underestimated Wang Chong's resolve to kill them and the efficiency of his operation. This was Wang Chong's first operation since obtaining the Wang clan master's approval, and also the first operation since the establishment of Deflecting Blade Manor. And it was also the first time the Wang clan had mobilized all its forces. In this operation, everyone could sense Wang Chong's powerful will and resolve. This resolve and will urged everyone on this operation, and coupled with the effects of Wang Chong's halo of Dusk Stallion, before Enyaluoshan's side could even come up with a plan, Wang Chong's men had already arrived. Boom, boom, boom. One figure after another smashed through the courtyard walls and rushed over through the rain. Wang Chong's men had finally arrived. Wang Chong, we've come to help you. Marchioness Yi, Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Fang Xianying, and the others had all rushed over. Even Su Qiqin, who had always been reluctant, rushed over on her horse. Unlike her appearance in Deflecting Blade Manor, the current Su Qiqin had completely reverted to her female form. Her silky black hair was tied up in a bun and held in place with a hairpin. Amidst her breathtaking beauty, she exuded a clean and refreshing aura. But the most astonishing of all was Su Hanshan. His face was as cold and stern as ever, but his aura was much stronger, even stronger than Wang Chong's. In the training camp, Su Hanshan and Wang Chong had rarely interacted. But this time, when Wang Chong summoned him, Su Hanshan had come without hesitation. I will definitely return what I owe you. Chapter 447. Many thanks. Wang Chong's lips moved, but no sound came out. There were some things that everyone understood and didn't need to be said. Rumble. One group after another charged in, and in a few short moments, 50 to 60 people had gathered at Wang Chong's side. Outside the walls, more people were still gathering. Li Sai, Su Hanshan, Wang Chong, Sun Jiming, Chen Burang, and Enyaluoshan, Ashina Quangan. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. No one knew that all the influential forces that would influence the future Tang dynasty had gathered here. We've finally arrived. As more people arrived in the pouring rain, Wang Chong's killing intent multiplied. He had been waiting for this moment precisely because he had not attacked. Now the time was right. Attack. Kill them all. With a clang, Wang Chong unsheathed his Wuzi steel sword and gave the order to attack in the storm. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning flashed over the sky. After a long stalemate, the two groups finally moved. Boom! In a flash of cold light, a powerful saber energy surged into the sky like a waterfall, tearing through the sky and the firmament. The moment Wang Chong gave the order to attack, the invincible great General Li Sai took the initiative to attack. His body shot up like an arrow, Li Sai shot into the air, massive halos vibrating under his feet. In Li Sai's hand, a strange saber taller than a man suddenly swung in a circle, transforming into a heaven-shaking saber that fiercely slashed at Enyaluoshan and the Yuzhou soldiers behind him. In the Northwest campaign, Li Sai had single-handedly routed the entire dragon bandits and killed their leader, Black Dragon Zhao. Now that he attacked again, he immediately displayed a vast and mighty strength that could block 1,000. Bang bang bang! The moment Li Sai leapt into the air, Two muscular figures shot out from behind Enyaluoshan like eagles. These two men had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and rough mannerisms. Impressively, they were both brawny men about the same age as Li Sai. Their bodies also contained boundless power. Although it was not comparable to Li Sai's, it was definitely not too far off. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from the sky. Powerful chi shot out in all directions. The strong wind blew the rainwater in all directions. Even the roof tiles in the distance were lifted up. However, when the mist in the air dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Li Sai's attack was actually blocked by two people working together. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. How is this possible? Who are these two people? Even Wang Chong had a look of shock in his eyes. Li Sai was a high-level profound martial expert. Everyone could see just how strong he was. If he weren't so ridiculously strong, deflecting blade manner wouldn't have allowed him to run amok for so long. And it would have been even more impossible for him to ride alone and take back Wang Chong's Hyderabad ore. But the two figures behind Enyaluoshan were actually able to stop him. Cui Qianyu, Tian Qianzhen. Upon seeing who these two people were, Wang Chong's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He recognized the two men. One was Ashina? Shu Gan was already shocking enough. Wang Chong had never imagined that these two would also appear at Enyaluoshan's side. I didn't think that this person would even subdue these two. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. When he had heard the Stone of Destiny's warning and saw that Li Sai's attack had been blocked by a bolt of lightning and his own attack had been blocked by the invisible energy of the world, Wang Chong knew that killing Enyaluoshan would not be easy. But Wang Chong had not expected that even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianzhen would appear here. In the history of the Empire, these two definitely had a special place. Even though they were in the rebel army, Enyaluoshan was only at the true martial realm. Logically speaking, he should still be a nameless nobody, but Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianzhen had long since become famous in the Anong Protectorate. In the future, the two of them would become one of the few imperial great generals in the final days of the Empire, even though they were in the rebel army. Wang Chong had originally believed that Enyaluoshan would not meet these two so quickly. But only now did Wang Chong realize that he was gravely mistaken. Enyaluoshan's abilities were probably far more formidable than he had imagined. Although it was his first time entering the capital, but beside him, the future underworld continent chaotic army was already beginning to take shape. The eagle, go and help Li Sai. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and ordered without hesitation. Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianzhen were the two strongest generals at Enyaluoshan's side in the future. Although not many people knew of them, many people still looked down on them. However, Wang Chong knew how terrifying these two people would become in the future. In a one-on-one fight, the two of them were at most brigadier generals, but when the two of them worked together, even the Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan, who presided over Shillong and was feared by even the people of Uzan, and the Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan, who stood on the same level as Fomen Linta, Gao Xianji, Zhang Shogui, and Zhangchou Jianqiong, would one day die at the hands of these two. Li Sai had been born with divine strength and astonishing martial prowess, and he was even hailed as the future invincible great general. But it was no wonder that he was unable to deal with these two. But the more this was the case, the more murderous Wang Chong felt. Li Sai, the eagle, delay them for me. Everyone else, hear my order. Kill. With these words, Wang Chong galloped forward. Rumble. At almost the same time, the others also galloped forward. Assume formation. Amidst the dense thunder and rain, a mournful voice cut through the night sky. Amidst the thunder, a cold light flashed. The 70 to 80 underworld soldiers did not rush to attack, but formed a formation amidst the rain, forming one of the 5 great defensive formations of the army, the Black Tortoise Formation. In the blink of an eye, the entire Yuzhou army had retracted, forming a black tortoise defensive formation covered in scales and a turtle shell. This sight took everyone by surprise. Wang Chang's eyes flashed like lightning, and he immediately spotted a 28-year-old officer giving orders from the Yuzhou army. This officer had a mustache, a dignified face, and a sharp gaze. In his hands, the 70 Yuzhou soldiers gave off the feeling of the elite of the army. They seemed even more powerful than the Uzun cavalry. Tian Chengxi. As Wang Chong swept his gaze over the man's face, his complexion turned even more unsightly. The appearance of Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun, two future Yuzhou great generals, was already shocking enough. Wang Chong had not expected to see Tian Chengxi here. As a Lulong colonel, he manages his army rigorously. These words were enough to show how extraordinary Tian Chengxi was. In Tian Chengxi's hands, 300 men could display the might of 3,000. 3,000 could display the might of 30,000. In the Yuzhou army, Tian Chengxi was truly the #1 commander. Although he led troops in battle, his strategy was inferior to that of Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun. But his ability to command troops far surpassed the two. Under Tian Chengxi's command, the strength of a single soldier far surpassed that of Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun. Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun were already hard enough to deal with, and now, Tian Chengxi had appeared as well. Zhao Jingdian. Wang Chang's expression chilled as he immediately bellowed. Boom! In a flash, Wang Chong and the others did not slow down, but the war horses began to change. The war horses quickly gathered together, with Zhao Jingdian in the center and Chen Burang, Chen Jiming, and the other students on the spirit vein on the flank. They swiftly formed the arrow formation, the best offensive formation on the battlefield. Every student of deflecting blade manner had to pass a test on the art of war before entering. And only by passing an intermediate and high-level test could one enter the spirit vein to cultivate. These students had a more unique understanding of the art of war and placed more importance on it. Thus, Wang Chong had Zhao Jingdian organize these students to practice the most basic of formations. Although there weren't many of them, it was enough to threaten the Xuanwu formation of the Yuzhou soldiers. Boom! Under Tian Chengxi's uneasy gaze, Wang Chang's arrow formation crashed into the Xuanwu formation. In that instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The entire courtyard shook violently. Kaiyil! Kaiyil! A few moments later, the countless experts of deflecting blade manner, the spirit vein, and the various clans behind Wang Chong crashed into the Yuzhou soldiers in front of the courtyard. The sounds of fighting, the clashing of weapons, the shaking of halos, and the whistling of the air mixed into one. Body against body, sword against sword, cold light intersected in the rainy night. The battle between the two sides reached its climax in an instant. Kill them all! Wang Chang's eyes glowed with a bloody light. With the Wuzi steel sword in his right hand and the little Yinyang sword in his left, he thrust it into the body of a Yuzhou soldier. As two Yuzhou soldiers clutched their throats and slowly fell to the ground, a fresh stream of stellar energy poured into Wang Chang's body. After more than a year of repression, Wang Chong had finally released his killing intent. At that moment, the space around Wang Chong twisted, his killing intent tangible, making him seem like a vicious beast. Kill them! Kill them all! Kill them all! After going around in a circle, fate had once more delivered these enemies of the past to him. Whether it was in Yaluoshan or Ashina, or Tian Qianjun, Cui Qianyu, Tian Chengxi. Chapter 448. Single-step consecutive slaughter. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong activated the stellar energy iron cloak and then used the single-step consecutive slaughter. Leaping from his horse, he charged at his foe like a bolt of lightning. Whether it was the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon or the leaping dragon art, both consumed too much stellar energy at this moment, making the single-step consecutive slaughter much easier and more efficient. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Chang's figure flickered, his woozy steel sword gleaming with cold light as it drew cold arcs in the air. In the blink of an eye, one Yuzhou soldier after another fell from their horses. Although Wang Chong was not very strong, he had far more experience and insight than his foe. Unless his foe was equal in strength or stronger, they would find it very difficult to pose a threat to him. Jingdian, Marchioness Zhao Yadong, work with me. Wang Chong's voice resounded through the night, so loud that not even the thunder and rain could drown it out. Rumble! The war horses transformed, and in the blink of an eye, cavalrymen had gathered from all sides, surrounding Wang Chong. Meanwhile, the white hoof shadow had arrived to catch Wang Chong. Even Tianqingxi, who was in the opposing group, had a slight change in expression at this level of military formation. But before he could do anything, Wang Chong and the others were already charging at Yaluoshan. Nay! The war horses neighed. Marchioness and Zhao Yadong were both top-class experts of the spear. In a battle on horseback, there was nothing more formidable than the spear in piercing through defense. Rumble! For a moment, men and horses were thrown off their feet as one Yuzhou soldier after another fell into the muddy water. Kill him! Kill that brat! A flustered and exasperated voice rang out from the crowd. Ashina? Shu Gan unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at Wang Chong. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. This principle was not only common among the Han, but also among the Hu. So. An ear-piercing whistle rang out. The Hu were skilled in archery. The first wave was not boundless stellar energy, but a dense rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. Boom! The sound of a bow was as loud as thunder. Luo Tong stood in the distance. Before he arrived, the arrow had already arrived. In the blink of an eye, half of the arrows were blocked by Wang Chong. As for the rest of the arrows, they were either blocked by Wang Chong's Gangqi iron cloak or Wang Chong's armor. Deep Sea Mystic Iron Heavy Armor. Ashina? Shu Gan, who was standing at the back of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the armor on Wang Chong at a glance. The Deep Sea Mystic Iron Heavy Armor was definitely an Empire-level strategic resource in the military. It was a sharp weapon to deal with sharpshooter phalanxes. With this thing, sharpshooters were basically no threat to Wang Chong. To dare attack the Anong Protectorate, how audacious! Follow me, let's kill that brat. Ashina? Shu Gan's face was ashen, his heart hardening. In the northeast of Yuzhou, it was enough for one person to oppress them. Once they were out of Yuzhou, he swore that no one would ever be able to ride over his head again. Roar! Ashina? Shu Gan's shout was immediately answered by some people. These people were all elites of Yuzhou, each of them an expert at Tier 4 or 5 of the true martial realm. In this aspect, Wang Chong liked to carry out the decapitation strategy. It was exactly the same as Shu Gan and Yaluoshan. In the Anong Protectorate, the two of them had already perfected this method. It was precisely by relying on this method that the two of them had managed to achieve their current achievements. Rumble! War horses galloped, right in Ashina? Shu Gan raised his sword and charged forward. But before he could get very far, the earth suddenly quaked. To his left, the wall collapsed and a large number of cavalry charged in. Young Master Wang, we've come to help you. A familiar voice came from his ear. In a flash, Wang Chong turned in the direction of the voice and immediately saw an azure figure, tall and thin, leading a group of experts as they charged into the ranks of the Yuzhou soldiers. It was Zhang Jian of the Zhang clan, leading several elders and experts of the Zhang clan to provide reinforcements. Wang Chong was overjoyed, and Yaluoshan, Tianqingxi, and the other Yuzhou soldiers all paled. But before Yaluoshan and the others could react, there was a boom as another section of the wall collapsed, but this time it came from the west. Young Master Chong, we've come to help you. In a flash of light, the head of the Huang clan led a group of elites into the ranks of the Yuzhou soldiers, throwing them off their feet. But it was still far from over. Young Master, Don't worry, we've come to help you. Suddenly, an old and vigorous voice, like a lion's roar, came from the back of the courtyard. A tall and sturdy figure led a group of experts to break through the courtyard's back, directly barging in. Elder Yi. Wang Chong was overjoyed. The newcomers were none other than his grandfather's old subordinates, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others. Wang Chong hadn't expected that his summons had alarmed them. Young master, who do you want to kill? I'll help you. Elder Ye's voice rang out like a great bell, peerlessly domineering. In the courtyard, Yaluoshan and the others paled again and again. In such a short time, the other side had managed to mobilize so many people. Those elders with white hair at the temples exuded a tyrannical aura, the aura of a soldier so thick that it could not be increased. If one wasn't a veteran general who had been through hundreds of battles, they definitely wouldn't be able to possess it. Damn it! Just who is this fellow? Now, even Ashina, who had been proactively trying to kill Wang Chong this entire time, Lao Gan's expression completely changed. They had originally been on par with Wang Chong in terms of strength, but now that Elder Yi and the others had intervened, the Yuzhou soldiers were in an extremely bad situation. Pull back inwards and fully defend, tortoise-shell formation. Hurry! A panicked voice resounded through the rainy night, repeated twice in both Hu and the language of the Tang dynasty. Lulong Lieutenant Tian Qingxi had been a lieutenant for many generations, and his military discipline was unparalleled in the world. In the future, he would be a pivotal existence. But at this moment, he couldn't help but reveal a panicked expression. The power that the other side had summoned was not something that they could deal with. It was a completely overwhelming power. Not only that, but the force that the enemy summoned didn't come from a single direction. Instead, it attacked from 4 directions at the same time. This meant that no matter how strong or how elite the Yuzhou soldiers under their command were, as long as they dared to attack, they would be attacked from 3 different directions. On the battlefield, defeat was assured in such a situation. Rumble! A gigantic, intricate, and complicated great halo of thorns vibrated beneath Elder Ye's feet. The halo was like countless thorns. The halo was black with a hint of gold, giving off an unparalleled sense of power. Roar! A gigantic fist suddenly smashed out, not from Elder Ye's body, but from the void. In that instant, Wang Chong could faintly see a gigantic bronze mountain god behind Elder Ye's back. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Elder Yi in action. Rumble! Countless Yuzhou soldiers were sent flying. Tian Qingxi's tortoise-shell formation was completely unable to block Elder Ye's fist. And at the same time, the cavalry from the other directions also struck like thunder, all of them smashing into the underworld state soldiers. Congratulations, host, for killing 1 Yuzhou traitor, reward 1 destiny point. Congratulations, host, for killing 2 Yuzhou traitor, reward 2 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing 3 Yuzhou traitor, reward 3 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor, reward 7 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor, reward 8 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor, reward 9 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor, reward 13 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor, reward 14 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor, reward 15 destiny points. At almost the same time, a string of messages poured out of his mind like a waterfall. In a few short moments, 17 Yuzhou soldiers had been killed. Wang Chong had immediately obtained 17 points of destiny energy, and it was still rapidly increasing. And Yaluoshan, Ashina? Su Gan and Tian Qingxi paled, and even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianzhen, who had been fiercely fighting with Li Sai, paled. If it was just Li Sai, they could just barely hold on, but if these people joined in, let alone hold on, even the two of them would probably die here. Stop. Just who are you people? We are the Yuzhou army, people of the Anong Protectorate. Have you made a mistake? The Hu fighting with the Yuzhou soldiers were secondary, but the Han mixed in with them couldn't help but shout. But all these shouts could not surpass a single voice. Commander! The rumbling was like thunder, and even the torrential rain above the courtyard was shaken away, transforming into ripples that spread outward. In the face of this enormous pressure and danger, Cui Qianyu, who was fighting with Li Sai, couldn't help but shout. This voice resounded over the entire capital, and Wang Chong's heart trembled as if he had thought of something. Hurry, don't worry about the others. Li Sai, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, Elder Zhang, help me kill him. Wang Chong extended a finger and pointed at the retreating Anyaluoshan. Anyaluoshan was far more crafty than anyone had imagined. At the start, he had been standing in front of the Yuzhou soldiers, but now that the situation had changed and Wang Chong's side had the upper hand, he had immediately retreated to the rear, into the protection of the Yuzhou soldiers. Young master, I'll take him down for you. An elderly and vigorous voice resounded through the air. Air surged as Elder Zhao soared into the air, transforming into a rainbow of light. Li Sai and Elder Zhang Jian of the Zhang clan also soared into the air, charging toward Anyaluoshan at the back of the crowd. Cui Qianyu, Tian Qianzhen, save me! Anyaluoshan's face was ashen as he cried out in fear. He was only at the true martial realm, and one Li Sai was enough to make him feel like a needle was pressing against his back. He didn't dare to casually attack, much less three people of this level. At this moment, Anyaluoshan sensed the thick stench of death, and an intense unwillingness welled up in his heart. All of this was too inexplicable. He hadn't done anything, so why did this person want to kill him? Was he really going to die here today for no apparent reason? No. Gone. Fan. Just as Li Sai, Elder Zhao, and Elder Yi, the three high-level profound realm experts were like eagles swooping down from all directions, in the rainy night in the north, suddenly, a ball of dazzling light like the sun exploded in the air. A vigorous, dignified, aloof aura that made people tremble swept across the entire courtyard and suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. Stop. Chapter 449. At present, Li Sai could be said to be the person with the highest cultivation level at Wang Chong's side. As the future invincible great general, Li Sai's strength could be easily imagined. But even the high-level profound martial Li Sai, who had once killed Black Dragon Zhao, seemed insignificant in comparison to that vast energy that had appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, Li Sai, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, Wang Chong, and Marchioness Yi all felt an intense unease. Don't worry about him. Li Sai, Elder Yi, kill Anyaluoshan, Wang Chong suddenly bellowed. For this operation, he had mobilized the strength of his entire clan, sparing no expense. And before this, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Although Anyaluoshan had successfully escaped from Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, he had never been able to escape. Afterward, he had swiftly surrounded the Yuzhou soldiers, so no matter how much Anyaluoshan wanted to escape from Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, it was impossible. But just when this operation was about to succeed, Wang Chong suddenly felt an intense threat. For a moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood. Anyaluoshan and the Yuzhou soldiers had not attacked just because they were intimidated by Li Sai and Li Sai's strength. While he was stalling for time to wait for the others, Anyaluoshan and the Yuzhou soldiers were also stalling for time, waiting for something. And now that person had appeared. Whoosh! Li Sai, Senior Yi, and Senior Zhao, three cultivators of the Xian Wu realm attacked at the same time. Their qi covered the sky and covered the earth. The three had been a little hesitant, but when they heard Wang Chong's voice, they increased their speed and charged at Anyaluoshan. Impudent! A thunderous roar boomed. At first, this voice seemed to come from several dozen li away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already outside the courtyard. Rumble! It was like a war boot had stepped on the ground, causing the entire capital to sway and sway. As the crowd watched, a majestic flood of golden stellar energy suddenly rose from Enyaluoshan's feet. This stellar energy was tyrannical, and also brimming with supreme might. It completely scattered the attacks of Li Sai, Elder Zhao, and Elder Yi. The remaining force of the attack didn't stop there, and it even sent the three of them flying. Upon seeing this sight, putting aside Wang Chong, Zhao Jingdian, and Marchioness Yi, even Li Sai, Elder Zhao, and Elder Yi were shocked. Li Sai was in existence who had single-handedly exterminated the dragon bandits. Elder Zhao and Elder Yi were even more meritorious ministers of the older generation. Although they were old and their skills had deteriorated, their strength was still there. No ordinary person could deal with them. He was the only one who could casually send the three of them flying with his own strength. To be able to reach this level, he was definitely not an ordinary person. In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the three of them. But before they had time to think, rumble! A golden figure descended from the sky, appearing in the courtyard. Seeing the golden figure, all of the underworld continent soldiers roared in excitement. Meanwhile, the people on Wang Chong's side were all stunned. Not good! Wang Chong's complexion suddenly turned extremely unsightly. Although he had never seen this person before, from the cheers of the Yuzhou soldiers, Wang Chong had immediately guessed at this person's identity. It was also at this moment that Wang Chong suddenly realized that he had made a massive mistake. From the moment he had heard of Enyaluoshan's name and learned of his whereabouts, his mind had been set on killing this future calamity that would destroy the Central Plains at any cost. Before he could even mature, he would resolve all dangers. But it was also at this moment that Wang Chong realized that he had overlooked someone. Zhang Shogui, the Anong Protector General, one of the supreme great generals of the empire. The only people in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant were in Wenjin, and Xiaojie, and the others, so he had always believed that Enyaluoshan had come alone. Even after arriving at this courtyard and seeing Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun, Wang Chong's thoughts had not changed. At most, he would add these Yuzhou soldiers to his list of targets. With his own strength and the Wang clans, he could absolutely exterminate them in the capital. But all of this had been wishful thinking on his part. Enyaluoshan had not come to the capital alone. As a soldier of Yuzhou, Enyaluoshan did not have the courage or the ability to leave his camp and run all the way to the capital. There was only one reason why he had appeared here. The one who had come to the capital was not him, but the Anong Protector General, Zhang Shogui, and he was just a follower. As for why Zhang Shogui had appeared here, Wang Chong recalled the memories of his last life and suddenly understood. Zhangzhou Jianqiong. Zhang Shogui had appeared in the capital because of Zhangzhou Jianqiong. As the Anan Protector General, Zhangzhou Jianqiong had entered the court as a soldier for the first time, becoming the Minister of War, his status even above Zhang Shogui's. This accidental success had also attracted Zhang Shogui's attention. As a fellow Protector General and Great General, Zhang Shogui was superior to Zhangzhou Jianqiong in both talent, achievements, and prestige. If Zhangzhou Jianqiong could enter the court as the Minister of War despite his military background, why couldn't he? Zhang Shogui wants to be Prime Minister. In a daze, Wang Chong understood something. Zhang Shogui wanted to be Prime Minister. Wang Chong knew this, the entire world knew it, and even the Holy Emperor knew it. 20 years ago, Zhang Shogui had dealt a major defeat to Uzun and had had a chance to be promoted to Prime Minister, but alas, he had run into his grandfather. In terms of seniority, his grandfather was even more senior than Zhang Shogui, and his prestige in the army was even higher, and his contributions were even greater. At the time, his grandfather had said to the outside world, "Zhang Shogui is still very young. He has just dealt a major defeat to Uzun, and His Majesty has already made him Prime Minister. In the future, when he goes to Yuzhou and makes even greater contributions, what will His Majesty reward him with? This conversation had taken place in private in the Four Quarters courtyard, and because it concerned Zhang Shogui, an imperial great general and prime minister, outsiders had learned of it. But Wang Chong knew that this was not the true reason. But Zhang Shogui had also incurred a grudge against the Wang clan. Anan Protector General Zhangzhou Jianxiong, entering the Bureau of Military Personnel, had also touched Zhang Shogui. Thus, in his last life, not long after Zhangzhou Jianxiong became the Minister of War, Zhang Shogui entered the capital. This had happened in his last life, and in this life, it had clearly happened as well. And it had happened right in front of his eyes. And Yaoyuan and these Yuzhou soldiers had clearly entered the capital for this reason. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong's mind instantly became clear. But even though he understood these things, Wang Chong did not relax in the slightest. On the contrary, it only grew heavier, because Zhang Shogui had clearly come to stop him. All of you stop. Anyone who dares to move will die. Zhang Shogui held his hands behind him, his voice booming through the heavens. In a flash, Zhao Yadong, Bai Siling, Su Gan, Chen Burang, Sun Jiming, Fang Xianying, under the pressure of Zhang Shogui, all of them felt stifled, not daring to move. The fierce battle suddenly fell deathly silent. Whether it was the Yuzhou soldiers or the people on Wang Chong's side, no one dared to move. They were all intimidated by the awe-inspiring prestige of the Anan Protector General. A man's shadow, a tree's wind. In the Central Plains, in the Tang dynasty, Zhang Shogui's reputation was second only to the Crown Prince's junior guardian, Wang Zongxi. He was the cornerstone of the empire and possessed a decisive status. And as Wang Zongxi withdrew from the palace and gradually left the border, handing over military authority to the Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan, Zhang Shogui seemed to be on the verge of becoming the #1 person in the military world. Chapter 450. No one had expected things to develop to this point. Zhao Yadong, Bai Siling, and the others had not expected that Wang Chong's operation would involve an imperial protector general, and one that wielded real power and influence like Zhang Shogui. This level had already surpassed the bounds of an ordinary personal grudge. This made all of them rather uneasy. And to Wang Chong, Zhang Shogui's existence was like a mountain weighing down on his heart, so heavy that he found it hard to breathe. Killing in Yaoyuan in front of a pillar of the empire like Zhang Shogui was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Not even Li Sai and the others were confident in their chances, much less Wang Chong himself. And in Yaoyuan's next action caused the last sliver of hope in Wang Chong's heart to vanish into thin air. Foster father, save me! And Yaoyuan, who had been preparing to break out of the encirclement, suddenly rushed up to this pillar of the empire and kneeled at his feet. And the two words that came out of his mouth made everyone tremble in fear. It was not milord or commander, but foster father. This plump, who had been pursued by Wang Chong from Drunken Sparrow Restaurant all the way to this remote courtyard, was actually the foster son of the mighty Anong Protector General. Bastard! Wang Chong stared ahead, his eyes so bloodshot that they were about to bleed. From his reincarnation until now, this was the closest he had ever been to completing his mission, and it might also be the only time. This chance would never come again. For this chance, he had mobilized Deflecting Blade Manor, the Spirit Vein Mountain, all the guards of the Wang clan, and all the factions that were on good terms with the Wang clan. Even Elder Yi and Elder Zhao had appeared. He had revealed all the strength of the Wang clan precisely to deal with in Yaoyuan. But now all his plans had failed. The figure in front of him was like a huge mountain range, blocking all possibilities in front of him and blocking all targets behind him. More importantly, Zhang Shogui still had no idea what he was doing. But Wang Chong didn't explain anything. At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was bleeding. Is there really no other way? Wang Chang's eyes were red, and his fingernails dug into his flesh. He didn't even know that he had bitten his lips. There was no future regional commander of the three towns, no future king of the Turks, and no future bane of the world. The current Anyaluoshan was just an insignificant, nameless soldier. The distance between him and Wang Chong was no more than 200 feet. As for Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, Li Sai, the Eagle, and the head of the Huang clan, each of them could easily destroy him by tens of zhang. As long as they could kill him, they could easily save themselves from the future disaster. But all of this was impossible. Zhang Shoyo had been stationed in the northeast for a very long time, and he was even stronger than Zhangzhou Jianxiong. At such a close distance, no one could kill anyone in front of Zhang Shogui. Not even if they all attacked together. Brat, just what is your Wang clan planning? Are you declaring war on me? Zhang Shogui stood in the middle of the courtyard like a god, his clothes flapping in the wind and his eyes spitting fire as he locked onto Wang Chong at the front of the crowd. And Yaluoshan, Ashina? As newcomers, Sugan and the others were unfamiliar with the great clans of the capital, but Zhang Shogui had almost instantly recognized the insignia on the clothes of the Wang clan guards. Zhang Shogui had even recognized Wang Chong at a glance. Zhang Shogui had already gathered far too much information on the regional commander incident. He had even gathered a large pile of sketches of Wang Chong. But recognizing Wang Chong only made Zhang Shogui even angrier, and the corpses of the Yuzhou soldiers on the ground made him even angrier. He had only entered the palace for a while and met with a few ministers of the court, but his subordinates had almost all been killed. How could Zhang Shogui accept this? Only he could decide the fate of his subordinate. Even if they died, they could only die by his hand. A misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding. Lord Zhang, young Master Wang would definitely not have offended General. Zhang Jian and the head of the Huang clan hurriedly protested. The Zhang and Huang clans were currently sharing honor and disgrace with the Wang clan. Seeing that Zhang Shogui was aiming his spear at Wang Chong, the two hurriedly stepped forward to explain. The two had not expected that by following Wang Chong to fight the tiger, a mighty deity like Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui would appear. This matter involved the Anong Protectorate and the Yuzhou soldiers of the empire. This was no small matter. If things were not handled properly, this matter would evolve into a major storm in the imperial court. Silence. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Shogui waved his sleeve with a cold face, his body exploding with a frightening aura. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to speak before me? As his voice resounded through the air, Zhang Tsong and Huang Tong felt stifled. Their mouths opened and closed, but before Zhang Shogui's might, neither of them could say anything. The shadow of a man, the wind of a tree. Although the Zhang and Huang clans were prestigious clans in the capital, they were still quite a distance away from a protector general like Zhang Shogui, who had been through hundreds of battles and had never lost a battle. Moreover, Zhang Shogui was not wrong. Neither the elders of the Zhang clan nor the head of the Huang clan had the right to speak before him. Second brother Yi, third brother Zhao, is this also the will of that person of yours? Zhang Shogui's expression was icy as he turned his gaze to Elder Yi and Elder Zhao. Elder Yi and Elder Zhao were both subordinates of the Wang clan's old master, and the two of them had once held very high positions in the army. Although the two of them had retired for several decades and few people in the younger generation of the army recognized them, Zhang Shogui was an extremely senior imperial great general who had made a name for himself very early on, so he had interacted with the two of them before. Thus, it was simply impossible for the two of them to conceal their identities in front of them. Lord Zhang, this matter has nothing to do with Old Duke. This is entirely the will of young Master Chong alone. Although we don't know why he does this, based on his past conduct, we believe that he definitely has a reason. Elder Yi and Elder Zhao had long ago retreated to Wang Chang's side, forming a triangle around him. In front of the Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui, the two of them had grave expressions and felt an enormous pressure. Zhang Shogui's reputation and status in the world were inferior to that of old Duke, but it wasn't too far off, and he was on the verge of catching up. That was, if he could successfully become the Prime Minister of the Empire. The crowd was quiet. The words of Elder Yi and Elder Zhao had placed everyone's attention on Wang Chong. In truth, no one knew why Wang Chong had issued that order. No one knew what sort of grudge Wang Chong had with that who. Humph, brat, so you're saying that this is your own idea? Zhang Shogui coldly sneered as he looked at Wang Chong with disdain in his eyes. Yes. Wang Chong's voice was calm and emotionless. Even in front of this world-renowned Protector General, Wang Chong showed no fear. Ha ha ha, foul brat, do you think that I would believe you? Zhang Shogui angrily laughed. So many people had appeared here, so many guards of the Wang clan, even retired generals like Elder Yi and Elder Zhao, and yet Wang Chong said that this was his own idea. How could Zhang Shogui believe him? All of this made him recall how he had been obstructed by the Wang clan's old master on his path to becoming Prime Minister, forcing him to bitterly guard the border for 20-some years, eating wind and drinking dew. Zhang Shogui's heart was instantly seething with rage. New grudges and old grudges made the rage in his heart burn brighter and brighter. Everything that had happened in the courtyard made Zhang Shogui unquestionably think of his visit to the capital to seek the position of Prime Minister. If his headquarters were destroyed and his subordinates were killed while he was away, it would definitely be a hindrance to his bid for the position of Prime Minister. 20 years ago, he had already been obstructed by the Wang clan. Would the Wang clan jump out again after 20 years? Zhang Shogui's heart burned with rage at this thought. Wang Chong could already tell what Zhang Shogui was thinking from his expression. In his youth, Zhang Shogui had been high-spirited and promising, a true minister of the empire. But in his later years, Zhang Shogui had spent 20 years in Yuzhou. As his status rose, he gradually became more and more autocratic, obstinate, and self-opinionated, increasingly unable to listen to the voices of others. Wang Chong was well aware that no matter what he said today, Zhang Shogui would probably not listen. Lord Protector General can choose not to believe me, but every word I say is true. What happened today has nothing to do with Lord Protector General, nothing to do with the Yuzhou army. It is just a grudge between my Wang clan and an Yaluoshan. As Wang Chong spoke, he stared at an Yaluoshan, who was cowering behind Zhang Shogui. Whether it was his last life or this one, no matter how many reincarnations he had gone through, an Yaluoshan's vigilance and cunning would always be the same. What do you mean? Zhang Shogui's expression flickered. He had only just arrived and had no idea what had happened. But Wang Chong's expression did not seem to be faking it. Humph, my lord, why don't you first ask your adopted son? Ask him what he did in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant this morning. Wang Chong sneered. The future, as well as his foresight, couldn't be revealed. Thus, Wang Chong could only push this matter onto cousin Wang Liang for the time being. Foster father, I've been wrongly accused. This matter has nothing to do with me. And Yaluoshan paled and raised his hand to the heavens, his entire body trembling. Chapter 451. And Yaluoshan's expression was fearful, and he looked like he was about to cry. No one could lie in front of Zhang Shogui. In the Anong Protectorate, east of Yuzhou, anyone who dared to deceive the Protector General was already a dead man. The Turks had fierce personalities and loved to fight, but in the northeast of the Tang dynasty, whether they were Turks, Shi, Khitans, or Gogurians, everyone paled at the mention of Zhang Shogui and feared him. And Yaluoshan and Ashina? Shugon was naturally the same. This was not because of Zhang Shogui's status, but because of the Anong Protectorate army that Zhang Shogui had trained and his thunderous methods. The heavens were high, and the emperor was far away. In the lands of Anong, Zhang Shogui's words were far more effective than the emperor's. Humph, brat, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Shogui's complexion clearly improved at Yaluoshan's words. But since Yaluoshan says there's no such thing, then there's definitely no such thing. The capital is at the feet of the Son of Heaven, and you actually brought people to attack my subordinate. If you don't give me a good explanation for this matter, don't blame me for being impolite. With these final words, Zhang Shogui narrowed his eyes and his expression turned icy. A tangible killing intent erupted from his body and locked onto Wang Chong. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. Zhang Shogui stood beneath it, his entire being like a demon god that had walked out of the underworld, inspiring fear in all who looked at him. The surrounding temperature plummeted. In front of the Anong Protector General, everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Wang Chong had clearly angered this imperial great general, and everyone could sense that today's matter would be difficult to resolve. Ha ha ha! Just when everyone was quiet out of fear, a burst of laughter broke the silence. Wang Chong looked at Zhang Shogui, whose mere mention of the name of Zhang Shogui made countless foreign races pale, and he felt no fear, only indignation and frustration. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Wang Chong had long ago become indifferent to life and death. The only thing he cared about was the mission on his shoulders. Zhang Shogui's threat was meaningless to him. Lord Zhang, do you know these 4 words? What do they mean? Zhang Shogui looked down from above and coldly said, obstinate and conceited. As soon as these 4 words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Marchioness Wei Anfang, and the others all paled, but Cui Qianyu, Tian Qingxi, and Ashina? Su Gan and the rest of the underworld continent people also had a huge change in expression. No one in the Anong Protectorate dared to speak to its commander like this, not a single one. Not to mention a living person, even a dead person would not dare to do so. Wang Chong actually dared to say to Zhang Shogui's face that he was obstinate and self-opinionated. To the people of Yuzhou, such a thing was unthinkable. This kid, how dare you say that in front of the marshal? Even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjin could not help but feel a ripple in their hearts at this moment. They didn't know much about the grudge between Wang Chong and Yaluoshan, nor did they want to know. But at this moment, even though they were enemies, they couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him. The only person who dared to question the marshal in person, other than the one who held the central divine artifact in the depths of the palace, was probably this young man before him. Ha ha ha, kid, did Wang Jiling teach you to say that? Do you dare to say it in front of me again? Zhang Shogui's eyes flashed with cold light as he laughed in anger. Ever since he had taken command of the army, he had always been a man of his word. Ever since 20 years ago, very few people had dared to speak ill of him to his face. But now, a teenage boy was saying that he was obstinate and self-opinionated. Young master! Wang Chong, stop! Marchioness Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and the others felt their hearts tighten as they hurried to Wang Chong's side and tried to dissuade him, all of them worried. Even though the Anong Protectorate was on the border, extremely far from the capital. But Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui had never lacked for people to discuss him in the capital. Although they rarely saw this imperial great general, they had heard many legends about him. Zhang Shogui had never been a good-tempered person. His methods were tyrannical, and he had never been a genial general. In the empire, Zhang Shogui's methods were fierce and ruthless, and he was definitely second to none. If he were an enemy, Zhang Shogui would definitely make them restless at night and have nightmares every day. For Wang Chong to infuriate him was not a wise move. But Wang Chong waved his hand to stop them. An indescribable aura seeped out of his body, stifling their hearts and rendering them speechless. The current Wang Chong was completely different from the impression they had of him. Although Wang Chong had a temper in the past, he was extremely respectful in front of these people and rarely disobeyed them. Moreover, they were all older than Wang Chong. But at this moment, although Wang Chong's appearance had not changed, his every movement exuded an aura that inspired reverence and might. This was not the aura of a teenage scion of the capital, but it was rather similar to Zhang Shogui's aura. A teenage child, even if he was a little clever, even if he had been born into a clan of ministers and generals, and his horizons far surpassed that of an ordinary person, did not have the right to speak to an imperial great general like Zhang Shogui, much less criticize him for being obstinate and self-opinionated. But a legendary war saint revered by the world in the apocalyptic era of the Central Plains had the right to say such words. Zhang Shogui was not bad. Like any Han, he had a loyal and courageous heart, a patriot who would serve the world and die on the battlefield. This was what he had done for the first half of his life. Whether it was in defeating the Turks, pacifying Yuzhou, subduing the Shi and the Khitans, or suppressing the Goguryeo Empire, Zhang Shogui's abilities and conduct were beyond reproach. However, people would change. The consecutive victories had changed Zhang Shogui. He had become incredibly conceited, and he would not listen to the words of disobedience of others. When Zhang Shogui was presiding over Anong, not even the people closest to him, the old friends and comrades who had fought alongside him for decades, dared to say a single word that would displease Zhang Shogui. Zhang Shogui was so arbitrary that all the decrees of the Anong Protectorate, no matter how big or small, came from him alone. Zhang Shogui had absolute confidence in his own abilities, so much so that he would not listen to any words of advice. "Proud soldiers are bound to fall," was a phrase that described Zhang Shogui. When some people lost, they would at most lose a single battle, but when some people lost, the entire world would have to bear the burden of their defeat. Zhang Shogui had been too confident in his own abilities, so he had forgotten that he was also a human, not a god. All humans would make mistakes. The more outstanding Zhang Shogui was, the more skillful he was in leading troops, and the more skilled he was in battle, the more severe the consequences he would cause, the greater the calamity he would leave behind for the empire. Later on, countless people had analyzed that rebellion of the Tang dynasty, which had affected the entire world. Almost all of the generals of the rebel army had come from Zhang Shogui's army. Tian Qingxi was strict in managing his army, and his skill at leading troops was unparalleled in the world. His soldiers obeyed orders, were swift and composed, and could carry them out to a frightening level. In terms of military accomplishment, the rebel army led by Tian Qingxi far surpassed the official army of the Tang dynasty. However, even though the Tian clan had been Lulong commandants for generations, they did not have this sort of ability. Tian Qingxi's skill at leading troops had come from Zhang Shogui. Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun were not only skilled in martial arts, they were also skillful in leading troops, both brave and astute. Separated, the two of them could hold their own, and together, they could even defeat the Big Dipper great General Geshu Han, who had subdued Uzan. If Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing of the Anxi Protectorate could be called the twin walls of the empire, then Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun were no less than the twin stars of the rebel army. It was just that the two of them had disobeyed the world, so no matter how talented they were, they could not be recorded in the annals of history. There was also the rebel army great General Cui Shida, who was known as the Lightning Cavalry, and whose ability to lead cavalry was unparalleled in the world. In terms of ability to lead cavalry, although Sun Jiming was also known as the General of Surprise Assaults, compared to the rebel army great General Cui Shida, Sun Jiming was like comparing a fluorescent light to the bright moon. The two were on completely different levels, and whether it was Cui Qianyu, Tian Qianjun, or Kai Shida, all of them had been promoted by Zhang Shogui. And their ability to lead troops, strategize, and tactics had all been taught by Anxi Protector General Zhang Shogui. And each of them was able to bring out their unique traits to the extreme. This was like a strengthened version of Zhang Shogui with 3 heads and 6 arms. This sort of Zhang Shogui was not someone that could be underestimated. Zhang Shogui knew how to use people, and he only asked about their abilities, not their backgrounds. As long as they had the ability, he could use them all. So in Yaluoshan and Ashina? Ma Gan had committed a crime in Yuzhou and should have been executed, but Zhang Shogui had taken a liking to their talents and taken them into the Anong Protectorate. And in Yaluoshan, influenced by what he saw and heard, had learned all of Zhang Shogui's methods. Thus, in the rebel army, there were not only high-ranking officers, but also Han. Thus, the rebel army was able to cause so much damage. It could be said that the rebel army commanders who would cause trouble for the world in the future were all good students of Zhang Shogui's. Even the invincible rebel army of Yuzhou had been trained by Zhang Shogui. That civil strife that would engulf the world in the future, shake the foundation of the Tang dynasty, and plunge the Central Plains into eternal damnation, had been caused by an Yaluoshan and Ashina. Ma Gan had been raised by the two of them. But in the end, the source of all this was Zhang Shogui, the person standing before him. It was he who had single-handedly caused the collapse and destruction of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shogui had been too outstanding, but this excellence had not brought benefit to the world. On the contrary, it had led to the destruction of an empire. This was truly a case of losing one's integrity in old age. Wang Chong had once thought that if someone could remind Zhang Shogui, point out his mistakes from the side, tell him that he was a man and not a god, he would also make mistakes. Then perhaps everything would have been completely different. Alas, the Wang Chong of the past had not had the right, the strength, or the chance to stand before the Anong Protector General, much less speak to him. Now that everything had started over, he had finally obtained a chance. Even if Zhang Shogui wouldn't listen, he still had to say it. "Has Lord Zhang heard of the farmer and the snake?" Wang Chong sternly said. Are you trying to say that you're that snake?" Zhang Shogui sneered. If not for the fact that Wang Chong was Wang Jiuling's grandson, Zhang Shogui would have never spoken so much to him. "I just want to tell Milord that farmers can also make mistakes." Chapter 452. Brat, you're too impudent. Zhang Shogui's calm eyes suddenly exploded with a cold light. The surrounding Yuzhou soldiers stared at Wang Chong, all of them dumbfounded by his actions. In the northeast, no one dared to speak to their commander in such a manner. Wang Chong seemed to be referring to some farmer, but he was actually referring to their commander. The first time, he had accused their commander of being obstinate and self-opinionated, and the second time, he had said that even the commander can make mistakes. In the world, there was probably no one else besides this fellow who dared to speak to their commander in such a manner. If he didn't know their commander's identity, his actions would have been understandable. But he clearly knew his commander's identity, and still did so. This was simply audacious. This fellow, he really dares to say anything. At this moment, even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianzhen opened their eyes wide, as if they were seeing this youth for the first time. Originally, out of consideration for your father and grandfather, I didn't want to attack you. But now, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Zhang Shogui's face was grim. Wang Chong's actions had already violated the taboo in his heart. Boom! With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang Shogui extended a powerful palm covered in veins. His 5 fingers lightly clasped together as he clawed at Wang Chong. Boom! Golden light exploded and fierce winds howled. An enormous attractive force immediately engulfed Wang Chong, and like a paper kite, Wang Chong was instantly pulled into Zhang Shogui's hand. Not good! Wang Chong was alarmed. He had always believed that his foundation was deep and sturdy, and his cultivation was extremely stable. But in front of Zhang Shogui, he was nothing, as lowly as an ant. With the pull of those 5 fingers, Wang Chong felt the air around him turn into a massive wave, sucking him away like a leaf of duckweed. Hurry and save the young master! Not good! On the other side, Elder Yi and Elder Zhao also paled in fright. Zhang Shogui's face was green, a clear sign that he had been angered. The two of them had heard rumors of the Anong Protector General's style. If the young master really fell into his hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. Bang! Taking advantage of the powerful distance between them and Wang Chong, Elder Yi and Elder Zhao's broad and powerful palms, one on the left and one on the right, in a flash, the moment Wang Chong was sent flying, they suddenly grabbed his ankle, pulled him back and fixed him in the air. Let him go. Almost at the same time, the sky was filled with dragon roars. Li Sai held the huge Wuzi steel saber on his back, and suddenly, a majestic white saber aura soared into the sky. This blade cut through the void, cut through the dark clouds, and cut through the endless starry sky. Rumble! Li Sai's saber was several dozen zhang long, transforming into a massive storm of saber energy that caused the heavens to pale as it slashed down at Zhang Shogui. Good saber technique. Zhang Shogui's eyes flashed. The elegance of Li Sai's saber had even made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. But your cultivation is too low. It's still not enough. Standing still, Zhang Shogui pushed his right hand out. Boom! In a flash of golden light, a massive golden palm, 100 zhang away from Zhang Shogui, loomed over him like a mountain. Rumble! Li Sai's saber chi slashed down from the sky and collided with the huge golden palm that was over 100 meters tall. Instantly, it was as if it had collided with a shapeless mountain, and it suddenly stopped. Not only that, but the rebounding force of the giant golden hand even shattered Li Sai's indestructible saber chi storm. Li Sai's expression froze, his eyes going wide. This attack had gathered all the energy in his body, making it practically his strongest attack. Back then, he had gone alone to the northwest and even killed Black Dragon Zhao. But a casual push from Zhang Shogui had shattered his saber into pieces. However, before Li Sai could think further, in the next moment, the giant golden hand suddenly transformed into a golden storm of stellar energy and bounced back, crashing into Li Sai. With a scream, Li Sai's body trembled as he was sent flying like a ragged kite. Li Sai was still far from reaching his peak. The future invincible great general was still far from meeting the current titan of the empire. It's your turn now. A callous voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. No one had seen how this protector general had vanished, only that when they next saw him, he was only several zhang away from Elder Yi and Elder Zhao. Boom! The most gentle and genial air instantly transformed into the fiercest storm. Elder Yi and Elder Zhao, one half a step into the imperial martial realm and the other at the peak of the profound martial realm, had been generals who had followed Wang Chong's grandfather on the northern expedition. But in the face of Zhang Shogui, who was at the zenith of his power, they instantly screamed as the powerful streams of air exploded from Zhang Shogui's body, sending them flying along with Wang Chong. During this entire process, Zhang Shogui still had his hands behind his back, making no obvious movements. Every era had its own mark. In the era of Wang Chong's grandfather's fame, Zhang Shogui might have still been an obscure soldier, but now that Duke Zhou had retired, it was the era of Wang Zhongxi and Zhang Shogu. On the other hand, Wang Zhongxi was modest and aloof from worldly affairs. As a result, Zhang Shogui, who had to submit to him, became the most influential and authoritative imperial great general of the Great Tang Empire's Han generals. Right now, Zhang Shogui possessed a unique weight in the empire. The only thing he lacked was probably the merit of assisting the dragon, and the most profound of qualifications. This was also why he had always been lower than Wang Chong's grandfather and the Yao clan's old master in the imperial court. Buzz! Zhang Shogui's expression was cold and callous. With a wave of his hand, he easily sent Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others flying. Then, he raised his palm and grabbed at Wang Chong. Brat, it's your turn. Zhang Shogui's expression was cold as his 5 fingers clenched together. As he sent Elder Yi and Elder Zhao flying, he immediately grabbed at Wang Chong. The path of stellar energy, the path of yin and yang, the body of hard and soft. Great generals like Zhang Shogui had long ago cultivated all of these to perfection. Sending Li Sai flying with a wave of his hand and sending Yi and Zhao flying was just a warm-up for him. He didn't use his true abilities at all. Bang! To his surprise, the moment Zhang Shogui's fingers clenched, he grabbed nothing but air. The figure in front of him blurred, and Wang Chong had already disappeared. This is... Koi follows the waves. Zhang Shogui's expression flickered as he saw that figure escape the range of his pull. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Koi follows the waves was not a martial art, but a technique. A martial artist of a lower cultivation would find it very difficult to escape from a martial artist of a higher cultivation, but Koi follows the waves was different. The Koi followed the waves up and down. As long as it followed the direction of the current, it could freely pass through any massive wave. More importantly, the Koi did not follow the waves because it was being pulled by them. It could freely control its movements and not be restrained. It could even follow the waves and jump out of the water, leaping out of the waves and completely escaping the current. Koi follows the waves was precisely this sort of technique. If one could not resist the pull of one's opponent, then one could move along the stellar energy and finally leap out. And on a higher level, in martial arts, it was not just a technique to resist a simple pull. In a battle between high-level experts, one could follow the flow of one's opponent's stellar energy, find out the rules, and then take advantage of the situation to penetrate deeper and defeat the opponent in a single blow. In the world of martial arts, the weak only used this sort of technique to fight against experts of a higher cultivation level. On the contrary, it was used more often against top-class experts of the same cultivation level. But whether it was the former or the latter, this sort of technique required an extremely high level of skill. Not only did one have to understand the flow, nature, and variations of one's opponent's stellar energy like the back of one's hand, one also had to have a very high cultivation level. If the opponent was of the same cultivation level as him, there was a sliver of a chance, but Wang Chong was only an insignificant true martial realm martial artist, not even at the profound martial realm. It was practically impossible to successfully use Koi follows the wave. And when one considered the gap between the two of them, this sort of situation was simply inconceivable. "Brat, get down here!" Zhang Shogui's expression chilled. He was finally enraged. But before he could attack, a roar resounded through the sky. "Everyone, ignore me! Attack and kill and Yaoyuan!" Zhang Shogui was obstinate and wouldn't listen to anything Wang Chong said. The only person Wang Chong cared about right now was Yaoyuan. Zhang Shogui believed that this operation would be over once he was captured. But he was wrong. As long as he could kill Yaoyuan, Wang Chong didn't care what price he had to pay. As for himself, Wang Chong no longer cared. No matter who it was that appeared, Wang Chong would not give up this opportunity so easily. "Elder Zhang, Uncle Huang, don't worry about me. Kill him." Wang Chong's voice resounded through the sky. This mournful cry was like a signal, once again rousing the people in all directions. No one wanted to deal with the Empire's Protector General, but there was no doubt that none of them wished for Wang Chong to die here or be taken away by Zhang Shogui.